in the thing yesterday. But
Okay, right. Well, we are live. Good after evening, morning, and welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club with the usual gang of cynics, reprobates, and intellectual titans, and
miscreants.
Miscreants. Have you cleaned that up yet? Uh-oh. There goes Joe. We've already lost a couple.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, good. Well, we do have other members who I'm expecting to come back at any moment. And obviously, where shall we start? Michael, you never start.
I never start?
Yes. So start. I pick on Kazoom all the time.
Well, it seems like if I'm going to start with what's been weighing on my mind, it's that we have a new year, and yet a lot of the same depression has followed us into this year, and it's something that I used to watch out for, knowing the numbers as a therapist. That the highest rate of suicide is often in like March and April. And it's because people tell themselves that all they have to do is make it through Christmas. And then all they have to do is make it through New Year. And then around the time that Valentine's Day comes around and people are lonely, right after that is when we hit that spike of depression that's just like.
So basically, all you have to do is make it through Easter, but Memorial Day doesn't have the same pull.
Yeah. and really, it's people seeing everybody else warming up with spring and things starting to bloom again, but they're not. And I have this feeling that a whole bunch of people were thinking that 2021 would be so much better than 2020, and yet they're in the same shit.
Well, I mean, that's unrealistic of them to think that. I mean, the calendar just changed from 1 month to the next, and it's only been 16 days.
Yeah,
it's a new year, and it's still getting used to it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, people put, obviously these delineations of time that we create are artificial. Time's not artificial, but the delineations we make about it are. And
whoa! You do not even want to let me keep going on time.
But the whole thing is that basically, the idea that somehow this closes a book and then a new book opens, that's invented. We created that. And there was no reason to think that suddenly everything would get better magically. I mean, remember in 2015 was the first year I remember where people were like, man, this is such a horrible year because a lot of celebrities died. And then 2016, even more celebrities died. And it just kept getting worse and worse. We're on a downward trend. There are reasons for hope, but there's a lot of reasons for, pessimism too. So, and anxiety, because I know I'm anxious. I'm actually more anxious now than I was before the election.
Well, I have a different view of it. I understand how people think of things in terms of like the new year, whether they make a resolution or not, and all that kind of thing. People have some kind of psychological significance. A lot of people, anyway, with the changing of the number. But to me, I look at time as the Earth is spinning around the sun, and every time it laps itself, I get older. But the Earth is just spinning around the sun, man, and all these little demarcations we make, that's up here. That's not even real. So that's where that's the most summatious way I can do what I was going to say.
Yeah. I guess that there is some significance to the old idea that obviously during the darker months, people tend toward depression because it's dark. We're not getting as much sun, so we probably vitamin D deprived and a whole bunch of other things, sun-related things. It's cold too, or at least in the northern hemisphere, it's colder too, so that tends to weigh us down. I wonder if the cycle is different in the southern hemisphere. Any idea, Michael? Have you ever seen any stats on that?
I haven't actually. I've only been looking at the numbers for the U.S. and especially how the rates of suicide in states like mine, where there's a higher elevation, tend to be more just because of the higher elevation. That could make it colder. That could also be a lack of oxygen to the brain for people who live on top of mountains, you know. But also in Seattle, Seattle, there's that gloom that they're world famous for because they have less sunny days than anywhere else.
Camera problems. Can you hear us? Can we hear you? Is your mic working? If not, your camera. Okay. I think we're having difficulties on that end. We'll try her again in a minute. But to your point about the darkness and stuff, I mean, I lived in Alaska where at the summer solstice, it's never dark, and at the winter solstice, basically the sun does this. It literally does this. Here's your horizon. It goes up like that and then down like that.
Yeah.
And you have like 4.25 hours of actual sunlight, and it's ridiculous. But the opposite is true in the summer, of course, and you have like 6 hours of twilight, you know?
Well, I know Suzanne was telling me that, like, because she fostered, not really fostered, but she had an exchange student from Finland years ago, and and then she stayed in touch with him, and her family went over to visit him at one point, and they have this festival called Juhannus, which is like, that's the day when it's I always forget it was equinox or solstice. Yeah, solstice is when you get the maximum daylight. And what's interesting is a lot of people have joked, like I remember the joke used to be in the 70s and 80s about, like, after the New York blackout, that 9 months later that there was this explosion of births, but that's actually not true. When it's dark and cold, people don't have sex because they're depressed. So 9.5 months after Juhannus is like 60 or 70% of the population of Finland is born plus or minus 1 month, 9.5 months from Juhannus.
That's hilarious. So they must all have a lot of the same star signs. I wonder what that's like.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, you're a real odd duck if you were conceived during a winter month.
So like 2 years ago, Peach and I were in Washington State. We in Bellingham. One thing we noticed while we were in Beeham was that 9 o'clock at night and the sun was still up, and we were just like, "The fuck is this? This is so weird." And it is very, very strange. And that's the continental U.S. still,
Sure.
And the days are longer in the summertime, much longer. So
It's same thing in Buffalo, and Buffalo's only 300 miles from here.
Yeah, when I lived in Alaska, you gained something like 4.5 minutes of sunlight every day between the equinox and the summer solstice. Yeah, but depression, I think it's fair to say, I've never been to the southern hemisphere or looked at data on it, but I think it's fair to assume that what's our summer is their winter, and therefore that would be their period of time where people would be more likely to be depressed and or suicidal or whatever. I don't know. By the way, just as an aside, has anybody here ever seen the southern sky at night, like the southern hemisphere stars? Because I only know the northern hemisphere constellations.
I think I gotta check. I think my answer is yes, but I have to check and see if it's fairly equatorial. I was in Guyana.
You will have seen some of them if you're on the equator, but you can't necessarily see them all.
Okay, yeah, I was in Guyana. It is subequatorial. So
yeah.
Yes, I did see southern hemisphere stars.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
The closest I ever got was Puerto Rico.
Well, especially when in Guyana, because there's like in between the cities, there's nothing. It's jungle.
Right.
So when we were driving from Georgetown to Linden, and at one point I rolled the window down and looked out, and I'd never seen that much of the Milky Way before in one go, and I was just like blown away.
That's right, because in the northern hemisphere, we see the Milky Way, which is like from horizon to horizon. But in the southern hemisphere, you can see the tail of it. The tail of one of the arms. It's like curved in the air, and I've got to see that with my own eyes. I should have put that on my bucket list the other day when we did it.
Oh yeah, definitely something worth seeing.
Yeah, I've only seen pictures. Right. So, who here is going to storm the Capitol this weekend? Anybody?
No.
I have had the same answer for every single thing that's happened during the pandemic. No, I'm not going because I don't want to catch the Rona. I don't want to catch the Rona to watch Black Lives Matter protesting. I don't want to catch the Rona to film people who are protesting lockdowns. I don't want to catch the Rona for people who are trying to set our Capitol on fire because they didn't get the right president. Nothing will get me out of my house to catch the Rona. Nothing.
So I had a scare. My mom has it. She has COVID.
I'm
She,
sorry.
a couple of days ago, she tested positive. And I saw her about a little over a week ago. So I went and I got tested. My test came back negative.
Yay.
Thankfully. But yeah, if anybody tells me it's a hoax, I'm gonna firebomb their house.
Yeah. Well, in that regard, the people who, if anybody is in arm's reach and tells me that the election was stolen, is getting a chop to the throat.
Yeah.
So obviously, over the past few days, more and more information has been coming out about what happened last week and everything. It's still really fresh in my mind, despite the facts like 10 days ago. And even though last week I sort of said I had suspicions about collusion and or straight up like wider conspiracy, it seems to be pointing in that direction already. I mean, circumstantial evidence isn't proof, and we have to recognize that, and we have to reserve judgment until we see actual proof. I know that, but y'all know me. I see enough, and I have my suspicions, and I'm thinking I'm usually tend to be right. So therefore, I think these people are like not anywhere close to done, and they're not going to go home for an answer. So I think we're in for a rough year. I think 2021 is going to make 2020 look like a picnic. And not something I'd like to contemplate, really. Your thoughts, Kazoom?
Well, I mean, if Trump supporters, even after Trump's out of office, continue to act like they did at the Capitol, and they continue to act like terrorists, I think we should just treat them like terrorists. I don't know. If they're going to act like terrorists, then I don't know. Maybe I'm.
You're such an extremist, Kazoom. No, I mean, no. What other alternative is there, though? Really, right? I mean, I hear you. What other alternative is there? You can't have two standards because of the home county or God forbid ethnic origin of the terrorists. You know what I mean? I mean, end of the day, if the rule of law is what we're aiming for, and if the rule of law is what we're trying to restore, then equal justice under the law is right there on our fucking buildings in Washington, D.C. So that has to apply to everybody. It has to apply to cops. It has to apply to politicians. It has to apply to people in the service and veterans as well.
So here's something interesting that's seems to be an evolving issue. I guess it's an issue. It's an issue for Trump. A lot of his followers are beginning to turn on him, saying basically things like, the fact that he put out the video calling for calm. They feel like he threw them under the bus. They're thinking that that he's a coward, and that he's a wimp, and that he's backing out of the fight.
Finally, it's about time they see him for what he really is.
But the problem is they're not backing down and thinking, oh well, see, I'm wasting my time with this fight. They're actually wanting to fight even more now. Their whole thing is like, oh, we're pissed at you because we thought you were our guy. You're not, so we're gonna have to do it ourselves. And so they're even more radicalized and violent now.
I mean, the only good thing is if they're leaderless, then their effort. I mean, it cuts both ways. They're less likely to be successful because their efforts are going to be scattered. But on the other hand, they're in a way almost more dangerous because it makes them more unpredictable. And to your point about conspiracy, Paul, again, you know me, I tend to be it takes me a long time before I will accept.
Yeah, show me the proof. I get it, man.
I'm totally with you. I am totally with you. There's enough circumstantial evidence that suggests to me that it goes a lot deeper than we will want to know, but we'll need to know. The fact that, there's a number of off-duty cops. There's a number of, and it looks like, and there was members of the Capitol Police. There's already been 2 members of Capitol Police arrested for colluding, at least 2. And there's 18 others under investigation. So that says that, and granted, that's a small percentage of the Capitol Police, but the fact that there's anybody in there is horrible. And the fact that there's credible evidence that at least a couple members of Congress, members of from the House, were actually involved in assisting the insurrection. And again, if we find that they have to be kicked out if they have to be expelled from their office, they have to be put up on charges. That's the thing, and that's why I'm sick and tired of hearing about unity and the fucking guy Vegas yesterday going off about, oh, well, don't make waves, because it's a powder keg. You're right, it's a powder keg, and your side started is that, and if we don't put the wicks out, they're going to explode. And I'm sick and tired. And the only way it's going to stop is if we basically show that we're not going to put up with fucking insurrection and terrorists. Period.
Of course.
I mean, it's like the answer to all of these issues. Even like when people on the right are like, oh, what about the BLM riots and Antifa riots? The answer to all of it is enforce the law. Yeah, I mean, even like Black Lives Matter, Antifa, was it Black Bloc? Nobody has any business setting buildings on fire. Nobody has any business doing a lot of this stuff. And it's like, just because we're not talking about the things that happened over the summer doesn't mean that we don't condemn or care. And it's like, the only way to fix any of this stuff is law enforcement.
If we actually look at the politics of the person who burned down the police department in Minneapolis, it actually matches the Capitol riot protesters quite nicely.
And and a lot of them in Seattle, Minneapolis, and a lot of the violence was started by, and some of the fires and the damage were started by right wingers or policemen.
Right.
And the problem with bringing that up now, even though we've been saying it since summer, the problem with bringing it up now is it falls on deaf ears because the other side is saying Trump supporters didn't do this. This was Antifa, disguised. So we can't. It's difficult to tell them you're full of shit, and at the same time, our side is saying, oh, well, we didn't do that stuff in the summer. That was Trump people.
Well, although where and I made the differentiation back then, so I'll do it again now because I'll be consistent, is that because I say, it's like, what did I say? That, okay, rioting's not good, but I also understand it because if the difference here is that the people in DC initiated the violence. In most cases, not all, but in most cases during BLM marches, the violence was initiated by the police against protesters who were following the law. And if I'm following the law and you come at me with violence, basically extrajudicial violence, I have the right to defend myself. And so if I go out there and so yeah, go and burn down a building, no, that's not right. And certainly for store owners that had nothing to do with your grievance. But, and again, that's what I said back then too. But, again, when we're talking about, again, as far as a political block of people, hey, Philip, that we're basically saying, hey, the state has been exacting violence against us up to this point. And if you didn't care about that violence against us, don't criticize this violence now. That was what we said. So again, it's not the same. So no one, and that's the thing, that no one is saying that Trump couldn't pursue his belief that there was stolen, that there was fraud in the election. He had several, like 6 opportunities to present evidence that in court, not counting all the various states' attorneys general and the various state legislatures.
Literally.
They had, so we're talking, so that's
Literally 6.
That's right. So if you count all the states' attorney general plus the legislature of each state, so that's 100 opportunities to bring this shit up, and 60 court cases, and you literally showed none. And when asked if it was a fraud case, you literally said in court multiple times, "No, we're not alleging fraud." Then you're full of crap.
And here's the thing: all this information is in the public domain. Otherwise, we wouldn't have it, right?
Right.
And yet, there's this whole infrastructure which has been built by Rupert Murdoch and others to deliver falsehoods and/or, if not straight out lies, deliberate disinformation. I'd like to say welcome to the true Puka below me. Someone I've been cajoling for several months now to come and join us, but who's understandably has more of a life than YouTube, and I grant that.
No, he doesn't. I know what he does. He doesn't have a life.
Well,
what are you discussing? Did something happen with Trump? With
No, everything
was there an
has been
election or
peaceful.
something? I haven't been paying attention.
no, we're clearly here. We're just a bunch of biased lefties, so we got nothing better to talk about but Orange Man bad, right?
Who won? Joe knows what I've been up to. So,
How's it going, man?
what's going on? So, you've been following the exciting news of what's been going on as of late. You heard that Baked Alaska got picked up by the FBI.
Did he?
Yeah, he got arrested finally. Yeah.
Which one is Baked Alaska?
Him and Nick Fuentes, I think his name is. Baked Alaska was that douchebag. He actually wrote for BuzzFeed for a short time before he went full, radical right, alt-right. And then he got kicked off every social media platform except for, I don't know, 1 or 2 where he could raise money. So he would go around the country and, he would just start fights by insulting black people or whatever, and he would mace them. And he would live stream it. And then people would donate money to him. That was his basic. That's what he'd been reduced to at that point.
I shudder that people do that kind of thing to make money.
Yeah, but he live streamed this thing in the Capitol. He's actually responsible for a lot of these people getting picked up because they were like, "Oh, we want to do a live stream," and he was like, "Yay!" And the FBI was like, "Cool." So and they finally they just held off while they watched his live streams, and the FBI was going through the chat log and just grabbing people out of it, their information, and then they finally got around to picking them up and arresting them. So that's I feel like a kid in a candy store with everything going on after 10 years of tracking all these assholes, just seeing them all get rounded up and booted off social media. It's just I don't know. It's that Sound of Music gif of the woman who's spinning in the hills. That's me every time I go around. I'm just I go on Twitter or whatever, and it's just me going, "Yay, the hills are alive," with the cries of douchebags.
Oh, here's a news thing I just read off of the CNN website. Communications director for Representative Boebert resigns following Capitol siege.
Yeah.
That's one of the possible colluders.
Yeah,
Oh, definitely.
She's that's it's like Sarah Palin wasn't dumb enough, so they were like, could we get somebody stupider and more annoying, and that's who they got. It just really seemed that way.
She was the one that was doing the tour
Yes.
with the insurrectionists.
She was
There are
on
a lot of congressmen are doing interviews and stuff, and they're talking about it, but they're not naming her as the person.
Right.
But it's but the pictures have already come out. I mean, we've seen photos.
Have they?
Yeah.
I've not
Yeah,
seen
yeah.
it.
Yeah, pictures with her with the tour group.
She
wow.
she posted on her own Instagram.
Yeah, and they've got the insurrectionists, people that were involved in the insurrection, circled on it, so you can see, you can match them up. It's obvious she was involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
Michael actually did a video comparing the woman that was on the bullhorn that was telling them how to get to the panic rooms, to find the panic rooms, that may actually be Boebert's mother.
Okay. Did
Yeah.
they figure out who took out the panic buttons yet?
No,
Nothing.
as far as I know, anyway. And that particular issue that you just mentioned is, I first heard about it yesterday, and when I did it, I was just like, well, game over. I mean, that, you know, because I have noticed in recent days on the news that I was watching that they were trying to sort of create a narrative of a series of lapses in protocol or security, like just an accident. It's just your basic human incompetence that caused this, which is what they tried to do every time something that turns out later on to be. I mean, here's the thing. As I said this yesterday afternoon, if you get like a dozen or more concurrent lapses, that's a conspiracy. You know, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, they've got the Capitol Police investigating
The Capitol
Police, and that doesn't make any damn sense. You don't know how far up it goes.
Yeah, the FBI is doing it too.
Yeah.
Well, that makes a lot more sense. Well, I mean, it's just saying the Capitol Police, to rely on them to do any kind of a fair investigation when it was clear that, you know, somebody higher up, you know, didn't schedule enough people, nearly enough people, you know, for a protest that they knew was coming at the Capitol, and the fact that they were counting the electoral votes that day. Yeah, you want to put a lot of people down there.
Well, I guess if people want to know how effective we think, you know, the police investigating themselves, is just ask black people, because we're used to that shit. We've investigated ourselves and found our heinous activity to be, you know, perfectly legal.
Well,
Justified.
Here's the horrifying thing to contemplate, right? Is how far do these tentacles reach? Because, as I said the other day, generally speaking, if you're going to have a coup, it doesn't really matter what country I'm talking about here. It's not specific to what happened last week at all. When you're going to have a coup, it depends on whether it's a political or a military coup as to which way they do it. But generally speaking, this is true about both. You have to have your minions in the right places before you try to have your coup, right? And so generally speaking, if it's a political coup you're trying to establish, you'll quietly change leaders in the military and in the judiciary, right? And the judiciary is not a quiet change. We know that he's appointed hundreds and hundreds of judges, which we're going to have to deal with for a generation. And that didn't necessarily shout conspiracy, right? That's just Republicans being extra hyper partisan. We've become accustomed to that. It doesn't stand out. But when you put these things together, my friends, and maybe I shouldn't, maybe I'm looking at constellations where there's only stars. I know that. But I mean, like, the thing is, like, you're not going to move unless you have a conspiracy in place. You know,
yeah, I mean, the
this lone gunman thing doesn't work when the lone gunman is the fucking president.
Right.
The judiciary didn't even help him.
That's the best part about it.
Yeah, I thought that was when Trump appointed judges were like telling him basically to fuck himself. I mean, it was just like, that's fantastic.
Well, they don't owe him anything anymore. You can't fire him, really.
That's what
like,
I've been saying that for a while.
Trump is a very, like, you know, what can I do for you today? And they're aware. Like, that's the thing. All these people are aware of it. And once they're in a position, they're like, well, you can't do dick now, and you're not somebody I can rely on in the future. So, you know, go fuck yourself. I think a lot of them took that attitude.
It reminds me, there's I think most of on the panel here were like fans of Babylon 5. And there's a thing about when Captain Sheridan gets appointed to run Babylon 5, he does so because, you know, President Clark, who's the president who's basically had his prior president assassinated and all this, he just looked at Sheridan's service record and made assumptions about how he would behave, because he seemed like a jarhead and so forth and so on, but didn't really look into what his ethics really were. And that's the one thing I will say about the so-called originalists, guys like Scalia. You know, Scalia was a bit of a scumbag and he had some really bad attitudes. However, he was consistent. And that's something like my one of my stepsons, who is a lawyer himself, said that he was always kind of vexed by Scalia because he couldn't ever totally hate him. He hated his views, but the fact that he was legally consistent until like probably the last year or so of his life made it difficult to totally hate him, because there were times he ruled in a way that was against his own politics, because his view of being an originalist, his interpretation of the Constitution was such, and he stuck to it.
Well, I mean, the whole thing about the Second Amendment not being an absolute.
Yeah.
I mean, it says something that I've used in arguments and debate with, some of the gun nuts. It's just like, hey, man, your beloved Antonin Scalia thinks you're full of shit too.
Can we get some thoughts and prayers for the NRA going bankrupt, by the way?
I am all out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Just how about thoughts or prayers, one or the other? Just.
Wow,
That was inevitable, though. Yeah.
Is that Puka? Is that just because of the whole scandal with the LaPierre corruption, or does it, or
they've been losing power for like a decade and a half now. It's like if you look at the poll tracking on the the Congress pitters, their ratings on the NRA site, it's like they used to have their straight A students. But over time, like, it's been gradually dropping, and I think it's because they just haven't been seen as that serious, somebody you have to really cater to anymore. And I think that kind of started their financial woes, is because, if people were like, if they don't have quite the clout they used to, then that's the beginning of the end for them, I think. But I think, the financial stuff they did, all that, the shenanigans, that did them in. And they're going to get investigated for that, so. I guess they'll have to reform under a new name or something. I don't know.
They're going to reform in Texas. But
okay.
To Puka's point, the thing that gets me about it is there's been quite a long time that the leadership of the NRA hasn't even represented the rank and file NRA, because I remember when the assault weapons ban was coming up for renewal, 70% of NRA members were for it.
Yeah.
But of course, they went out there and they appealed to the extreme within the NRA and raised a lot of money, and so the Republicans fell in line. But I don't think that. I think they've had some of their more extreme members do things that were really kind of started to go beyond the pale, like on their TV channel, where again they were putting out a lot of seditious and like pro-violence stuff that I think was having a lot of gun people say, "Hey, look, I love my gun and I want to protect my gun rights, but this is making us look bad."
Well, people go ahead. That was like when that happened. That was like the beginning of the end for him. And you've got like significant like Republican figures, respected at the very least among Republicans, if not among MAGA and necessarily liberals. But they're considered respectable, and they're just like, no, I'm giving up my membership. It is what you're doing. It's like they're moving in the bad way at that point.
Yeah, the NRA only has, as far as I'm aware, like 5 million members, right?
Yeah,
which is what, like 2.5% of the population, or 3% of the population, or what? It's less than that, I'm sure. I don't even know. I'm not going to do math in my head, but it's not. It's a tiny minority of the country that belongs to the NRA, and relative
2%.
Relative to their political clout, it's just outrageous,
Yeah, it's the weapons manufacturers who really were big supporters.
Well, I understand that's where the money comes from, and that's where the ideology really emanates from as well with the NRA. And I'm, as I said yesterday, I'm not against gun ownership personally. I'm just against people getting shot, right? And it is not lost on me during the 31 years that I lived in a country where almost everybody doesn't have guns, that almost nobody gets shot. But I honestly don't see a road between where the United States is and where Britain is. I don't see a road that could ever get from one place to the other. So I don't think the British example is a solution for America.
Yeah, but that's a really punchy country, isn't it? Like
punchy, sure.
They punch the hell out of each other. Like when I was over there last, it seemed like everybody was talking about how they hit somebody, and I didn't think they were just talking shit. It seemed like, this is just something they do over there. And they're just like head off and just hit one another, and you don't really get that here. It's like
well, because we're armed, we tend to just shoot each other when we get mad at each other.
Yeah. Plus, we're more authoritarian with our police. Like their police, don't get me wrong, the British police, from what I've seen, they can get down in the shit, but they seem a lot more casual. They remind me of like 1980s cops. kind of that attitude of like that more casual kind of part of the community, but ready to smack you down if you do something really stupid?
I would basically affirm that with my experience, other than to say, I mean, of course, the problem is, and this is true about other professions as well, but the problem is that the profession does attract a certain personality type. That's not the only personality type it attracts, but there are some people that want to be cops because they want to be dicks, and that's an unfortunate truth, right? However, I have had relative encounters with the British police over the years, not because I was a criminal, but I have. And the fact is that you can talk to them, you can argue with them. You can argue with them.
Yeah.
And, I can't even imagine trying to argue with a cop in California. That was just,
in New York City, it doesn't go well. Yeah.
Well, in Britain, they don't have killology classes.
Yeah.
Right.
But you guys don't have the IQ, the maximum IQ requirement over there. Like, they put that in over here where you have over a certain IQ, you're not allowed to be a cop anymore.
Joe's mentioned that before in previous jamborees, and I find that just a hideous thing to say. I don't know about the UK, but I know like the Republic of Ireland, you have to get a bachelor's degree in policing, I believe, in order to be a cop. So you got to take at least, it's a AA, not a BA. You got to take 2 years in university studying how to be a cop. And I think it's that way in Denmark and a couple of other countries as well. And that makes a lot of sense. It certainly makes more sense than 6 weeks and then you're out. You know, I mean, wow.
Yeah. You just gotta have the money to pay for your gear. That's it over here. Like you pay for your own shit when you're going through the cadet course and everything. Like I had a couple of friends who went through it and they were like bitching about that, how they had to lay out all the money up front for that. But yeah, Joe, remember I told you Bunny when she used to work at that way back when at the Pizza Hut across near the police academy.
Right.
And she and the cops would always come in, and the cops would come in for lunch. You know, the cadets. And like at one point, she recognized one of them, and she was just like, that motherfucker used to be a drug dealer on my block. And it's like, and I was just like, do they have like any like background check or anything they do for people coming in? And he was like freaking out, like, don't say you recognize me. And she was just like, no, it's okay, it's not my business. But it just makes me wonder, like, just if they have even like anything besides the fact that you got 4 arms, legs, you're not too smart, and that's about it. You're under a certain age. That seems to be the only requirement to become a cop.
And if you think about it, if you want to deal drugs, what better job to have? Because you could steal drugs off of perps, and you can and no one's going to be investigating you most of the time, and you can get your fellow people in blue to look the other way because that's what they do.
Right. Like smart business moves. You move just from drug dealer to police officer, drug dealer.
Well, it's the same thing with the KKK and other white supremacists. We know they've infiltrated the police because basically we kicked them out of society, and they were like, well, shit, when we do our bullshit and we beat people up, we get arrested. So wait, if we become the people who do the arresting, we can not arrest ourselves.
Yeah.
You bring me to a place that is a nice segue into something I wanted to talk about anyway. So now it's organic, and I thank you guys very much. I don't know if I talked about this yesterday or not, so I'm going to make it as quick as I can. Do you remember about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago now, Trump went to visit a school, and the kiddies were drawing the American flag, and it was like just the lines with no colors, and Trump colored it in, and he colored in a blue stripe. And at the time, I was thinking, what a moron. He's so stupid. How could you live in America and not know there's no blue stripes on the flag? Everybody knows what the flag looks like in America. You see it everywhere you go. And most especially if you're president, it's in probably every fucking room in your house, right? So he can't not know that there's no blue stripes. That was before I was ever cognizant that there was this blue flag. In fact, I had never seen one until about 6 months after the president drew that in the school, and back in, I think early 2018, he did that, right? And at the time, I remember making a video here on the Breakfast Club going, what a moron, and that he must be up to something because nobody could be that stupid. And now I know it was a signal, right? It was a signal. He's been trying to get the cops on his side, whatever that means, right? And now citizens as well, have taken that up. And I see any number of trucks in California and Utah and in Colorado with thin blue line flags flapping around in the back of their pickup, right? And whether I don't think they're cops even. I think they're just showing their support for this whole concept of Blue Lives Matter and all that.
Right.
Blue Lives Matter.
Here's the thing. As we know now, there were the loss of ex-police officers and current police officers serving in different parts of the country who went out of their way to go to Washington on Wednesday last week. And police departments all over the country are investigating whether they've got conspirators or sympathizers or whatever amongst their ranks. And here's the horrifying thought that I had yesterday, because I was talking earlier about the tentacles and how far do they go, right? And how you need to have all your pieces in place. Remember when the Black Lives protests and the Breonna Taylor protests were going on in the summertime, and there was a lot of emphasis on the Blue Lives Matter thing and all that. And okay, if you're going to have all your pieces in place to have this conspiracy, you need to have the cops, right? You need to have the cops, because what if? But they and I was bitching here on the Breakfast Club about how Trump had deployed sort of paramilitary troops to Portland and was doing so to other cities and everything like that, and was like, he's never going to get away with it. Well, now, ostensibly, this minute, right now, ostensibly, we've got National Guard deployed in every state capital in the country, as well as DC. If Trump had tried to do that by executive order, we would have bitched and moaned. It's managed to happen without him doing it. And this scares the shit out of me, because if he's infiltrated this, they're just going to turn around rather than face outwards. Do you know what I mean? This could be I'm so worried about the big coup, guys. I have to admit it.
I am not worried about that particularly. I mean, the leadership in the military can't stand Trump. They hate him. He's treated the military like crap. The Joint Chiefs, in fact, I don't know if you saw that letter they put out last week that said, we're here to defend the Constitution and the constitutional process. And they've said flat out, Joe Biden is the duly elected president, president-elect by the process, and we're going to defend the process, and he will take office on the 20th. So that let Trump know, at least as far as the regular military, they're not on board with whatever shit he wants to do. So that's not to say that there aren't agitators among them, but I just don't think that there's enough of them to do what you're suggesting. Now, here's one thing that made me feel a little bit better, because again, I do have some of these concerns as far as certainly with the police.
Joe, with respect, before you go there, you're assuming that the chain of command is functioning. What I'm suggesting is that there's been a break in the chain, and that someone somewhere in the middle is telling people below them, but the top doesn't know about it, is what I'm saying.
Well, the people
stepping into at this point. So
yeah, the people that I know in the military, I've been hearing from them for months now that the general opinion of Trump is pretty poor. I mean, the pro-Trump people are there, they exist, but they're not the majority. But the one thing that was good, and actually to this point though, earlier today I had read that a number of these off-duty cops that are getting nailed, they're getting nailed by their own departments. So people within their own departments are turning them in.
Yeah. Which is actually a big deal when you consider the entire, the blue line of you don't tell on your own.
Right.
And that they feel free to do that means that this has gone far enough that they're not expecting any repercussions from it.
Yeah.
Negative repercussions.
Yeah, and it's the difference between the fake patriots and the real patriots. The real patriots are actually saying, hey, wait a minute, that's not how we do things here in America.
And they told Trump to fuck off for his parade, his going away party.
Have they?
Yes. Yeah, they told him, not only did they tell him to piss off, but they made a point of saying, we've done that for every president for the past 40 presidents. And they were like, yeah, we're not doing that for you.
Right.
They made a point of pointing out they actually have done something like that, but they're not doing it this time. They were like,
wow.
Yeah, because I remember when Bill Clinton left. Yeah, I remember he was in an aircraft. He was at an airfield in a hangar, and he gave a speech, and there were military assembled for him and all that.
I remember when Richard Nixon got spirited off in a helicopter. So, president, I remember leaving. Yeah,
that's a good segue to my point. The one bit of police inaction that had me puzzled as to like why anybody's ever even like questioning whether the president sent those people to invade the Capitol or not. The bit of inaction there is on a normal day, if the president's in the White House and one person goes into the Capitol building and they don't have permission, what happens to the president? He is spirited away to a secret location, put on Air Force One, put in the air, saved the president, right? Now we've got like thousands in the Capitol building storming it, and none of them are worried about securing the president because he was a part of it.
And the Secret Service must have known that, or they would have whisked him away as a matter of protocol, right?
Right.
Yeah. Where were they to whisk him away? Well, he was saying, no, I want to see this on the TV.
Which is what he did.
Yeah. He would not go anywhere because he wanted to watch it on the TV. Would they normally ever take that answer from any president? No. They
would do it anyway. You wouldn't
would take him and just drag him to safety.
Right. That's an excellent point.
For one person jumping the wall, they would do that.
Right.
But in this case, thousands invade. They don't. And we still have people saying, was it his fault? Did he actually instigate it? He was very much part of it. That's why they didn't spirit him away.
Plus the fact that a lot of these people that are getting picked up, their defense for what they did is that the president told me to.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, to your point, Michael, about them not spiriting the president away, that implies to me that either the Secret Service knew about what Trump was up to and thought he might be successful, and therefore they let it ride, and or they have the horrifying thought might be that they've been infiltrated as well to fealty to Trump, in which case makes me very nervous about the incoming administration.
And those that did not have fealty to him, he fired in the last couple of weeks and replaced.
And they brought Secret Service agents out of retirement to ensure that served under Obama.
Yeah.
Right.
They're not really sure. Like some of them are actually serious Trump supporters. So in order to make sure the new administration is safe, they actually went out of the way to do that.
Yeah. Biden's detail are a lot of the same guys he had when he was vice president.
If I was Biden, I would throw everybody out of the White House that works there at the moment. I'd throw the maids out, the cooks out, the cleaners out, you name it. I would throw everybody out, just to be sure. Just to be sure.
General staff
Maybe that's not fair, but I think that's warranted anyway.
I would feel safe keeping all the black people because I'm sure that they're not on Trump's side.
I think there's a lot of general staff that just is there from administration to administration. But you've heard that the people working for this administration, like they can't even get jobs now. Like one of them was saying, "Yeah, I'm probably going to work for Uber. I'm going to be an Uber driver."
Good.
Like they're that screwed right now. They're that toxic and poisonous. And large corporations and banks and say any company out there hires these people, then and the journalists especially, they're like for business journalism, they said we're going to go over everything you say if you hire one of these people because we're going to see if you're lying. That's the kind of environment that you're running there that you would hire somebody like that. So they're just so toxic. They're not going to really get jobs. Sorry, I got sidetracked onto that.
That's all right. Yeah, don't worry. So where tomorrow was they were advertising that tomorrow was going to be some big kickoff, and I think it's kind of amusing that if you're doing an insurrection, you announce it ahead of time, and again, this is everything that's anomalous just automatically makes me suspicious. I'm just that kind of person. I get suspicious when things don't make sense. It doesn't make sense if you're planning an attack to advertise it 2 weeks in advance. And also to say there are going to be 1 million armed men in Washington. Of course, that's hyperbole. That's just being machoistic and whatever from these people. But even if 20th of that shows up, it's going to be a hell of a fight.
Yeah, because they're also saying it's an FBI trap. They can't make up their minds if you show up for the insurrection or you shouldn't show up because it's all a plot by the FBI to catch us all. They're really in chaos over this stuff. And their communications, a lot of communications have been cut off so badly. Like it's been just fragmented. Like Joe, I don't know what I mentioned, but they've been like spamming in town forums, links to group chats to their Telegraph group chat apps. You know, where like they have their groups. Like we got hit by that. It actually showed up. So they're like that desperate to try to like connect with each other so they can try to organize and do things that they've been reduced to using like brand new accounts made on Facebook and just spamming out the link to their group chats. So, you know, I think they're kind of in disarray right now. And I also, quite frankly, they're all really pussies. So expecting a real fight, I don't think they're going to show up if there's like a whole bunch of National Guard there. I think in the end, they're going to stay away. Like the Capitol, they knew it was going to be understaffed and they had some guys on their side. But now there's going to be actual people waiting there to give them a real fight. And these are people who, they don't do real fights. These are the kind of guys who like, they'll do 20 on 1.
Okay. Whilst I absolutely agree with that take as far as it goes, that's what people were saying before Wednesday, and it still happened. So I think we have to be careful. One of the first rules of the art of war is never underestimate your opponent, right? And I think it's really important that we recognize. I personally think that these people are fools and they're going to go down just because they're fighting a cause that can't win. You know, it's an enemy that they can't beat, and I get that, but that doesn't mean they're not going to try, and they're not.
Yeah. And stage and prepare for it. You're right. No, I'm agreeing there. Definitely expect the worst. Prepare and expect for the worst.
Yeah, I think you're right though that they might tend to hit the softer targets. I think Washington might be so fortified right now that they turn around and go home with their tails between their legs. But the fact is that they're planning on doing it in all 50 capitals, and some of those capitals are softer than others. I really couldn't speak to that point because I haven't been to all 50 states.
Well, basically, based on what I was looking at, it looks like, you know, they like to do it in all 50 states, but the reality is in some states it's harder than others. In some states, there's just not as much popular support for what they're doing.
I can't imagine Trenton having
a
huge
issue. Who wants to go to condition?
Hell,
even from insurrection, they're not going to know.
Yeah, the Trenton gangs will take care of them. Forget the fucking police.
And they're like, oh, it's Trenton.
And mind you, same thing in Camden. I mean, the police don't go in Camden because they're fucking afraid. So
well, I mean, if they really wanted to, really start to try to make some kind of a fuss, the pizza place owners and garbage transportation guys will tell them who's really in charge.
Yeah,
really run in New Jersey. So,
yeah.
I'd like to take a break for a moment to say welcome to the show, Sister Danger. Thank you for being here. If you've never met the true Puka before, he's an old school atheist YouTuber, just general left-wing pain in the ass. All right, there you go.
Interestingly, I think I have seen your Twitter because you use strange characters in your Twitter handle. Am I right about that?
I don't know.
I think it's just a Puka on Twitter. I might have done that at one point.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I'm sure I've seen somebody. Maybe it's not you though.
No, it's true. No, I'm so glad you're here, Puka. I've been trying to get you on here for many months.
I'm sorry. I keep meaning to, and then I was like, I'm definitely going to do it on Christmas. But then I had a dental oral thing, and I was like, well, I don't feel like talking to anybody now. Fuck
yeah.
And then I had exams before that, and I was like, well, I want to at least pretend like I'm studying, even if I'm not. And if I go into a show, then I'm definitely not pretending to study.
I want to take this break in the conversation to bring up a comment on screen and discuss. Trump handled it extremely poorly, but you're applying a double standard to Trump and prominent known left-wingers for violence all this year.
Poorly.
I can't speak for anybody but myself, and I defy you to find any instance of me on the internet ever justifying violence in any way, shape, fashion, or form from whoever against whoever. I dare you.
Yeah, that's a straw man they do. Like they'll say that, like, oh, well, when are you going to start? When are all the political figures and whatnot going to start denouncing the violence and riots that happened with the Black Lives Matter protests? And I'm like, well, they all did. I mean, you keep saying over and over they didn't. I mean, they might have given explanations for why they felt it's happening, but at the same time, they didn't say, "Yeah, go team us," burn that liquor store down. They were like, "No, don't do that."
Yeah.
They were like, "We understand you're angry, but don't do that." That was overall what everybody said.
Right.
And they're just doing that because they're trying to do what about
Right.
it, and what they do seem not as bad.
And the couple people who didn't were eviscerated.
Yeah.
So fuck you.
Yeah, there
Lying
were
piece of
people
shit.
that did that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's the reason I put it on screen is because it's the kind of point I hear a lot, and I see a lot, and I've got most of my friends are left wingers, of course, and I've never heard anybody go, you know what, I'm so glad they burned that down, or blah blah whatever. I'm not saying there's no who says those things, but no one on his screen says those things. That's all.
Right. Usually, what I say is when they say, well, especially when they get into the thing, well, they're burning down their own neighborhood. I'm like, be glad it's not your neighborhood, because that would be next if they, they don't do that because they know they would be killed if they do that in your neighborhood. But again, that's not saying that it's good. But I do understand it.
I think that intergalactic dildos makes the point very well there.
Is that
Exactly.
actually how you spell dildos in the plural?
DILDOES, yep. And that's the other thing too. And make no mistake, the fact that with Mike said and what we've said earlier, the fact that this was definitely, Trump and the insurrectionists were working together, whether directly or indirectly, that makes it not an insurrection. That actually does make it a coup. If someone in power tries to overthrow the legitimate government so they can remain in power, that is one form of a coup. So that's what that was. It's a coup. And if you can have any evidence of anyone in BLM actually trying to initiate a coup, I personally will lock the door on them to put them in jail. How's that?
Yeah, somebody brought up the example of, I guess, one of the federal buildings. They broke down the front door and they lit a fire in the atrium or something. And I was just like, okay, yeah. On the one hand, we have some liberals, not to make it seem like it wasn't a big deal, but they broke down the door, they lit a fire, and they had a fucking drum circle basically. And on the other hand, because that's what they do. On the other hand, you had people going in to do an attack on the Capitol. I was like, it's not comparative. I was like, granted, it's wrong. They shouldn't have done it. Of course, they should be picked up and dealt with for it. But at the same time, it's no way, shape, or form the same thing. And it's just like this false equivalence is what they're doing to try to distract them.
Well, I mean, if they bring up a federal building, you just say, what about, Amin Bundy? Him and his whole crew. Yeah,
that was frustrating. That whole thing man.
Well, again, I think this point that instance, which was like 5 years ago now, or maybe even 6.
Yeah.
And the instance this summer or spring in Michigan, where these things were dry runs. These people have been coming for a long time.
Yeah.
And the reason I think that, it's not just the only reason I think that, but one thing that made me realize this more clearly was when I saw Black Klansman a couple of years ago, because Black Klansman came out in the spring of 2018, and at the end of the movie, Spike Lee put a bunch of clips in from Charlottesville and what happened.
Yeah.
And sort of at the end of Black Klansman, you sort of almost have the feeling that, hey, this is what it was like back in the 70s. And then you see where we are. And honestly, you could hear a pin drop in the cinema during that last sequence. And you almost literally hear people gasping for breath, even though we all knew it happened like 6 months before, Right. And the main thing is we've had these warnings, and I've been frustrated for years because I get called, I know I tend to hyperbolize. I know, but that doesn't necessarily mean what I'm saying doesn't have any merit. And I think because people like me, though, run around with our hair on fire sometimes, people don't take us seriously. And I kind of get that, on a level, but I don't know.
Well, here's the question. I want to flip the script on them too and say, where are any right-wing politicians that condemned armed mobs breaking into the Michigan Capitol back in April and March and May? I mean, maybe there were some, and so I'm happy to acknowledge any that did, but to my knowledge, there was zero. armed mobs, but this was a peaceful protest. If you show up with guns and you violate the law and you go into the building with when the police tell you not to, that is not a peaceful protest either. And carrying a gun and while violating the law in that manner and using your gun for intimidation, that is a violent act. You haven't fired the gun, but it's still a violent act.
Yeah, it was a mistake to not take them more seriously. It just made it that much easier for them.
Well, because again, the police, because white grievance is taken as more legitimate than black grievance. As simple as that.
But and,
and that's the reason why, even though a majority of the BLM protesters were white, but they were protesting in favor of a black grievance. So the grievance was seen as illegitimate. So it didn't matter the color of the people that doing the protesting. They were all seen as equally bad because they're,
Same with
it's frustrating. The moment you bring up Bundy and then you start saying BLM, then I have to do a take for a moment and go, we talking about Black Lives Matter or the Bureau of Land Management? I hate when he comes up because then it's like you got you got to do the full thing because now I'm confused. But no, where they've been really staging this shit out for 4 or 5 years now at least is in Portland. Their whole apparatus for misinformation and how to take on liberals violently in the streets and then try to turn it around and make it look like it's actually our fault. If you followed any of that at all, the shit that goes on in Portland with the whole Proud Boys and Andy Ng, that douchebag, reporter, the yellow journalist dude, and the Antifa who half the time just turn out to be schmucks in a restaurant having dinner when the Proud Boys show up. And then, how they cut up their videos and shit and then put it online. That right there was a little microcosm of them perfecting how to do all the bullshit they did with misinformation about the interaction between liberals and them. And it's just I'm not surprised it got what it did to this point, that shit.
I just want to interrupt for a second. It occurs to me that we have a member who lives in a capital city, Sister Danger.
Oh,
are they is it tense around there around the Capitol?
Oh, I don't actually technically live. Olympia is the capital of Washington, so actually, technically, Kazoo is closer than I am.
I thought that's where you lived. My mistake.
No, I don't. I live north of that, a little bit north of Kazoo, actually. Mm-hmm. So, but I have not actually heard of anything other than on the day of where the big thing happened in DC. There was stuff that was happening in Olympia. They kind of stormed Olympia or whatever, but I haven't heard of anything.
They stormed the governor's mansion, didn't they?
Yeah, and I don't know. Again, the only place that I really see feistiness come out of is Lewis County, at least here on the west side of, because Washington is sort of weirdly divided. We have the West Coast, and then there's the mountains, and then there's Eastern Washington. And once you get over the mountains, it's basically all red everywhere. But it's also, very spread out and not much population. And then over here on the west, the actual West Coast, up and down the I-5 corridor, every place is kind of blue, except for the rural areas of Lewis County. If you go maybe right to the middle of Lewis County, you're okay. But even still, you're whatever reason, that place is red, and they hate Jay Inslee and mug guns and not wearing a mask, and I mean, so they've got all that stuff going on there. But every place else that I'm kind of at is largely blue. So
fair enough.
Yeah, and I haven't heard of anything happening since the business around on the 6th. So I don't know. Have you heard anything, Kazum?
I've heard a number of conspiracy theories, but nothing. There's the stuff that's being talked about for tomorrow, the 17th. But other than that, I haven't heard anything specific yet, really.
I would absolutely love it if this whole thing was I hesitate to use the word, but if it was all just a hoax, I think that.
Why tomorrow though? Why are they picking tomorrow of all days as a staging? Is there something happening specifically that?
Yeah, tomorrow was supposed to be there was going to be armed protests, which is a term I object to in the extreme. at 50 state capitals and DC going in DC supposedly from Sunday until inauguration.
Okay.
See, the other thing too, what I would say to anyone like Vegas who wants to try to, draw these parallels and try to make us out to be hypocrites, I'll just say if BLM did what happened on the 6th happened, or for that matter, storming, the Michigan Capitol several months ago, you guys would be calling for executions.
And I wouldn't be worried about it myself. You know what I mean? I mean, you can't be storming the Capitol, right?
No. And so the thing is that can we be hypocritical at the time? Sure, we're humans. Every human being is hypocritical from time to time. But if you want to say we're as hypocritical or more hypocritical or more frequently, the evidence doesn't show that. Sorry.
So I do have a very simplified answer for you. The 17th letter of the alphabet is Q.
Oh, geez.
God, no.
It's that simple. Sorry.
One of the things, and
You just broke my funk.
so change your name to Broke That Funk.
Is that just a thing that you've realized, AOD, and it kind of fits what's happening? Or is that a legit thing that's going around? That's sort of like 88.
No, there's been a couple of times where the rationalizations that people make about Trump's tweets used to count how many letters there were in his tweets. And
it's like a model for idiots.
Spelling would be the 17th letter. And it was like one of those things that they took as a signal that Trump was on the QAnon side.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's right. I remember that.
So 17 is a very important number to them.
Wow.
So like into astrology and everything too, I guess.
I hate to give it too much more attention, but I was going to bring this one up as well. I call it a mostly peaceful and clusterfuck insurrection. Yeah. Mostly peaceful. Okay. Hang on. Here's how people like this think. I know I'm straw manning you, Vegas, and I admit that out front. But if you're thinking it was mostly peaceful because 30,000 people showed up, but only 1,000 people rioted or something like that, that doesn't make it mostly peaceful.
No, plus he's admitting it's an insurrection. It's like one of the worst crimes. It's just one level below treason. So if you're admitting it's insurrection, I don't care how peaceful you think it was. If everyone walked in there and they were totally peaceful, but they still walked in and said we demand that the government go away until you give us what we want, until you basically throw out the election, that's still sedition. It's still insurrection. It's still one of our worst crimes. So I don't give a fuck how not violent you. And there's a dead policeman. There's tons of videos of cops getting their heads bashed in with being crushed by doors and getting beat by fire extinguishers. Back to blue, right?
Okay, and now look at the chat. Now he says relax, or I'm not sure if it's he or she says relax. It's just a joke. Okay, here's the thing.
Idiot planning.
Years.
I mean, what happened was that they had no plan. They didn't know what they were going to do. They were just going to storm that castle and be violent somehow and be whatever they were going to be, raw Americans somehow. Because they don't have a plan, because they're morons, does not mean that it was peaceful. Once they got inside and they were like, oh, Jesus, we didn't expect to get to this level of our kind of plan, but here we are. Quick, guys, what do we do? I don't know. Get a selfie and grab that painting.
Well, some of them.
There was totally a plan. There was totally a plan. There was different cells. There was explosive.
For some of them, not for all of them.
Of course, but I mean, if you're going to have a conspiracy, you don't tell all the people. You don't tell your infantry what the plan is. You tell the generals, and each of those generals, you only tell them the part that they need to know. You don't tell General D or F what General A needs to know, and all the way down the chain. And then the further down the chain you get, the less those people have to know about their part. The only people that have to know are the ones that go up the chain in a conspiracy. And you might have only one or two people who know the actual whole thing. You know?
So, well, okay. So yes, I agree. My point is that I don't think that those people arrived for a peaceful protest. I think that they arrived, and what most of them were probably waiting for was for the proverbial shit to hit the fan, if you will, because that is how group psychology works. So if the inner core that you're speaking about, which I do agree with, that I think that we actually have seen a lot of video evidence pointing to the evidence of that, video evidence pointing evidence. Very redundant of me. If they had been able to ignite a little more of a cohesive spark, such that the group psychology of the people around them, they would have felt safe doing more violence and destruction than they already did, they would have, and it would have gone out from there like tinder, because you don't show up to a peaceful protest with a gun, you know.
Right.
I think the only thing that kept them from succeeding is the fact that the people inside who were trained to deal with that situation responded so quickly. Because really, in certain circumstances, it was literally a difference of 60 seconds that kept them from reaching the people they were going for.
Right.
Yeah, there were people.
The reason they failed was because the people inside were just so confident. Like the ones that did their job and weren't being fucking.
Right.
Yeah, like the one cop that was being followed by a bunch of people.
He was
Now, some people said, "Oh, well, he's a coward. He's running away." No, that turns out what he was actually doing is they were heading toward the Senate chamber, and he actually distracted them, got them to go after him, and he kited them away from the Senate chamber.
He kited them, yeah. Leroy Jenkins, just let him away.
We can't hear you, Rob. Can't hear you.
We cannot hear you, but you seem very compelling in what you were saying. I'm convinced. I don't even need the words.
I'm pretty sure he was just telling us that on 13th we can steal third.
We can't hear you. Okay, now you're muted. You're unmuted. No, still can't hear you.
Try leaving the studio and then just coming back in again.
Make sure your mic's not muted, or your mic's not muted on your PC.
I could try lip reading.
How about now?
Yeah, we got you.
No idea what happened there. Okay, so the first few times I saw that video of that cop, I kept thinking something about this looks phony.
Right.
Right. It looks like absolute bullshit. It looks phony. This is a fake. Something about this is just absolutely fake. And then as time went on and we heard the story, it was just like, if I saw that this guy was lying, if I saw that it looked fake, all these people, none of them noticed that this guy just didn't seem like he was like being straight with them. Like they followed him, believing that he was running in a direction that's where they wanted to go. I just think it says something about the crowd.
I think
there
when
was a particular color to that situation that made them not see like the obviousness of what he was doing, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, when the guy with the Q on his sweatshirt, the police officer pushed that guy when he was toward her at the Senate. He pushed the guy to provoke him to follow him. See,
you have to actually rephrase that. A black man pushed a white dude to provoke him to get him to follow him.
And
that's why it worked so well.
And he knew it. Yeah, he knew that would work.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, you mentioned about them being like 60 seconds away from Mike Pence. It was almost just as bad in the House floor, because when the woman got shot through the door, they were representatives up in the gallery who hadn't yet been evacuated when the shots were going off. That's how fucking close they came to getting hostages. And if they had hostages, they'd still be there today, right now, pissing us all off and under some major like crisis that we wouldn't know how to dig ourselves out of.
And then by that point, of course, Trump would have revealed himself that this was a coup, because he would be like, okay, we're taking over and blah, blah, blah. And he would have, he'd be egging them on right now.
Do you remember when Darth Sidious reveals himself to Anakin Skywalker?
Yes.
Yeah, something like that, but without the broody music. Yeah.
Right. Well, see, that's one thing. And again, to deal with this whole thing with Vegas is like, when people try to draw the parallels between the left and the right, and saying that they're somehow equal or just as bad or whatever, or that the left is worse even. And, and that's why I'm not having any of it. And, we're not perfect and we have our problems. But something that came up that Kids was talking about yesterday that I actually wanted to just, and again, I'm not trying to beat up on Kids because I've heard the same thing from other people. But like he brought up about the fact, the left tries to control, what you consume and things like that. No, I disagree with that interpretation. So what the thing is, like, there's the left doesn't write laws that says you can't consume X, Y, or Z. What they do is they go within the framework of the Constitution and say, okay, we're going to put limits, or we're going to put warnings, or we're going to do something like this. So, for instance, no one can sell you turpentine as a beverage. No one can stop you from drinking turpentine as a beverage if you want to, other than the fact it'll kill you. And the same thing with the gun laws. The gun laws, the assault weapons ban did not take guns out of anyone's hands. What they did was they made it illegal to manufacture and sell those guns to the public. So this way, if you had them, you were grandfathered in, and there were still tons already. But so that's not control. What they're trying to do is they're trying to kind of guide in a direction. But they're, as far as the left, like, basically banning you from doing it, they generally don't. Like even what Bloomberg tried to do in New York City with sugary drinks was say, okay, we're going to make it really expensive if you want to do that because it's unhealthy and it has a deleterious effect on society. Or we'll say, okay, well, you can't sell a drink bigger than this size of a sugary. The problem with the rule was that it was inconsistent. And so that there were certain things that were just as bad or worse. They didn't get affected.
They don't care in Boulder, Colorado. I'm telling you, man, they don't care. There's a sugar tax in Boulder that doesn't exist across most of the state. And if you buy like a 2-liter bottle of soda pop, $1.40 or something like that of the price is sugar tax.
Right.
And the mistake to go on for like hours about that issue.
Yeah, so the mistake Bloomberg made, another mistake Bloomberg made is that basically society by saying, okay, now you have to buy 2 drinks instead of 1. The sales tax is what, 7%, 7.5%. It's not that much. It would have been made more sense to say, yes, if you want to sell a 16-ounce when the tax is 7%, but a 32-ounce is $1, $1 tax, and that would have actually had the effect that they wanted.
And let's be honest, though, another mistake that Bloomberg made is he's just arrogant as fuck.
Well, he is. Yeah, he's not a likable guy. He's not a likable guy. And even when he's doing good things, he's not likable.
I wonder if it's possible to be worth more than $1 billion without being arrogant. I'm just putting that out there.
It's difficult. I would say it's extremely difficult.
When it comes to
we sound arrogant. And one of you guys a billionaire and I don't know about it?
I'm working on it.
All right, sorry.
I got a long way to go.
When it comes to what I thought I was referring to when it comes to, I said the left, I'm talking about the far left, not anything that exists with any bit of power like the Democrats. The Democrats aren't wanting to push this stuff, but I was mainly referring to, more of the far left. I mean, both sides when taken to extremes, like to limit different things. And one of the thing, like, the right wants to control the way that people live. The left wants to control, when you go to the extremes again, what people can consume, how much. Well, I guess I'm just talking about extremes. I'm not talking about.
Yeah, fair enough.
Deep Ashtray says that the right tries to control our genitals. Yeah, I don't even control my genitals. Okay. So,
you're like, well, they're welcome to try.
Okay, I would like to bring attention to a comment, because I think unless this person just happens to have this name for a wrong reason, conference report. Is that you from Cornwall? The right is way more pro-censorship than the left. This has pretty much always been the case.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I think both extreme right and extreme left have different forms of censorship.
That's what I think too. I'm not sure that I think one actually is more than the other. I think that they approach it in very different ways. So, anyway, thanks. Good on me for repeating what you said, Goth.
I think the
There's
right
time for everything.
the right's goal with censorship is to just silence everybody else so that only they have a platform. Like when they're screaming about free speech, what they're really saying is they want themselves to be able to speak and nobody else to be heard.
Right.
On the left, they're usually going, well, we don't like a particular thing. We don't want that being said. So we just don't want that particular thing being expressed or said. So they usually focus on like, it'll be a phrase or whatnot, hate speech. I think that's like the big difference in how they work.
I kind of perceive it as the left, the true censorship on the left, it comes from a daddy state where the government is they make things seem bad socially or in other ways, like this kind of the sugar tax. We're not exactly telling you can't do it, but we're nudging you in the direction to not do it until it becomes such a thing as is not done. Like, this is how I perceive the left is approaching things, and the right approaching it basically how you said, which is just balls out. Nope, you don't get to talk because that's not.
No, I think you're correct, Amy. And I think that the funny thing about that, though, is when the left does that, the right accuses the left of social engineering, but then the right just outright bans shit, and they don't see the hypocrisy. See, to me, if I say, look, I think it's a bad thing for you to do X, Y, or Z, so I'm going to put barriers to make it expensive, or to at least reimburse society for the cost you're going to inflict on the rest of us by your bad behavior. Whereas the right just says, no, this is, where the right says, no, we're going to close down all the, we're going to try to do an outright ban on abortion, or close down all the abortion facilities. We're not going to give you a chance to fix your immigration status if you fuck up. We're just going to kick you out. It's very punitive.
Social engineering. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, well, the right now consists entirely of identitarian feelings politics. It's like they don't have a logic or rationale to it. That's the problem. It's like, I didn't agree with Reagan era, let's say, or Bush era politics, but at least there was kind of a rhyme or reason to it, to the thinking process. Now it's like they just said, since they kicked Trump off Twitter, or social media in general, that false information about the election has gone down by 70%. And I bet if they check for trending on other topics and whatnot, they'd see a serious decrease in that kind of false information. And it's a lot of what they do now, it's emotion based. Like they've been for decades, they've been accusing us of being the ones who are identitarian. I'm like, that's all you guys have left. You just do identity politics. It's like that's all that's left of the right at this point.
All politics are identity politics.
I agree.
Wrapping around what I started the show with, my emotions have actually gotten a hell of a lot better. I've been happier since Trump lost his Twitter account. Mm-hmm. I was holding out until the 20th. I felt like, the 2020 year isn't over until January 20th, when he's actually out, when the inauguration happens and he's no longer president. But it turns out just him losing his Twitter account has been great for my health emotionally.
I'm pissed for one reason they did that, though. I have been saving up for 4 years on Twitter, accounts that go oh, Trump is your president, or say something douchey about Trump being president for 20 years or whatnot. I've been keeping the links to all of that. I had a long list of 4 years of that shit, and then freaking Twitter came in and they started ban hammering everybody, and they're all dead links now. And I was looking forward to the 20th where I was just going to go around going, Joe Biden is your president. Joe Biden is your president. I was just going to do that. I was going to spend all day doing that. But now they're most of them are gone. It's frustrating. I'm angry about that. I feel
about
one thing that's
50%.
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say that about 50% of Trump's followers on Twitter were bots.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So, I kind of have two things. One was, did you guys see, because I see that Jack isn't here, did you guys see that link that he posted prior to? Okay, regarding the whole, surveillance state? And then number two, I'm actually curious.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious. What do you think right now is? I think he's singing a Prince song to us in sign language. Pete, what do you think right now? The right is there. How long can they maintain the perspective of, that Trump is still gonna do the thing, and that Trump is still innocent and is still our glorious and fearless leader who cares about us so much? Like, do you think that there is finally beginning to be a breakdown in this crazy place that they've been, or are they? I don't know.
I'll start. I think yes to a large degree, and going to answering your question and what the True Puka was mentioning a moment ago, and we're all basically talking about is how much fucking quieter, not just Twitter, but our whole lives are since Trump is off Twitter. I mean, I was waiting. I think like what Michael was saying, I was waiting for like January 20th to sort of feel some level of relief. And actually, Jack from Twitter made me feel more relief than I would have felt on the 20th if Trump still had his Twitter. So
what did Jack say? I didn't see his tweet.
Jack banned Trump from Twitter, right?
Oh, I thought you were thinking of our Jack.
Yeah. Jack banned Trump from Twitter. Yeah, Jack Dorsey banned Trump from Twitter, and all by itself, that gave me more silence from Trump than we would have had if Trump still had Twitter but wasn't president anymore.
And not just Trump. There's a lot of other Twitter channels out there that are gone. And my Twitter feed is just like moving at a quarter the speed it used to. Ever since they did.
I don't know. I keep going to Twitter. I keep going to Twitter looking for Trump so I could yell at him. And
yeah. You got to get people to pretend to be.
That's literally the only thing I used Twitter for in the last 4 years was to
I would rather pin the tail on a real donkey than fucking look for Trump's tweets on purpose.
I follow the Twitter channel that's Cats in the Wrong Places, which is like I haven't followed something like that in a long time. And it's just pictures of cats where they're not supposed to be. Because they're on Twitter anymore.
Well, to Amy's question though, like I think that two things are happening. Yes, some of them are burning out. Some of them are also like the ones that again who have some form of patriotism in them have seen like, hey, wait a minute, this is really bad. You know, there's some segment of Republicans that are like, okay, this was a step that I can't go to. But the other, so what's happening though is like, so you got this divergence, but the ones that are sticking in with it are getting more radical. So you're getting fewer of them in the camp, but the ones that are in the camp are worse.
Yeah, and also
I wonder if this is gonna make them ask a question of themselves. You know,
like Fox's ratings are sagging, so that's a little bit of an indication.
So I think when Sister Danger, you asked if if the whole Trumpism is going to diminish. I think the fact that Trump has lost so much of his social media platforms to be able to throw fuel in the fire, it will diminish. It won't go extinguish itself. Yeah, I don't think for a long time, but it will diminish, and you'll get diminishing returns. You know, you can only keep doing the same. You take barbiturates too many times. After a while, it doesn't work anymore. Same kind of thing. You know, these people need their fix of Trumpism, and they're not getting their fix, man. They're not getting their fix.
But are they even beginning to realize how much of a ride that they were being taken for? You know,
no, I mean, not
there's
yet.
There's like factionalism happening in his movement right now. Like I follow like the people who do that shit where they like track them. And from what they're saying, there's factionalism and infighting happening in the groups. That used to be solid MAGA, trusting Trump. Now there's some who are like, that's it, fuck, you betrayed us. There are some who are literally going, we want to string him up. They're like pissed at him, and they're just like, we want to make him pay for betraying us. Then there are the diehards, and then you have, what's going on in the Republican Party, and Mitch McConnell is taking him on. And I think if Mitch McConnell is making his move, that's the beginning of Donald Trump.
Yeah, I admit it's one thing I didn't see.
He's good at what he does.
I didn't see the splintering of MAGA world. That actually is one thing that I was surprised by. I figured it would be a solid movement even after he's
Yeah,
gone.
yeah.
There would be a significant amount of pull and influence on the Republican Party. It looks like that it might not. It might just collapse.
Yeah, I think it's because
because there's
QAnon
one.
entered it, and I think because QAnon entered it, and now QAnon is falling apart. Because those movements like come and go. It's like they never last too long. They eventually break up and they move on to the next one. And I think it's bad luck for them that QAnon is falling apart around the same time that Trump is coming down. And
I had a question for Michael about QAnon, actually, because Michael, you pay more attention to QAnon than probably anybody on the screen at the moment. At least you're more cognizant of what it's all about. I don't know how much attention you necessarily pay to it, but am I right in thinking that these people think that there's going to be some sort of night of the long knives where the internet goes dark and all these politicians disappear and get assassinated or whatever?
Yes, but that night keeps getting pushed back.
yeah.
Okay, but here's my thing, right? I had a thought. I mean, what if like the cannibalism and the pedophilia thing is there to draw people in, but the rest of the stuff is just they're just planning this insurrection out in the open, right? But including it in part of their conspiracy theory, so they can talk about all this stuff, and it just looks like part of this nutty conspiracy, and they don't need to go to traceable message. I mean, I don't know. Like I say, when I see weird shit happen like this, I think, well, if I was the bad guy, how would I do this, right? I know, right? That's the way my mind works.
Look, there's something to that. I mean, to be sure. In fact, again, Paul, you're a Babylon 5 fan. There was a scene in probably late third season, early fourth season, where Sheridan's trying to figure out what the shadows are doing. Like why are they doing this? And he actually said something to the effect of, I'm trying to think like them, and Delenn gets all upset. But the reality is that you have to try, if you're going to try to predict what somebody's going to do, you have to try to put yourself in their shoes. So it's not wrong to do that. Now, I guess the danger is that if what you imagine is going on in their head is wildly different than what's actually going on. But I think the thing is, like my concern is the fact that hardcore is getting more radical. So I have a feeling, again, we're going to end up with a domestic terrorist group or a bunch of cells around the country. But I guess I kind of go back to what I originally thought before the 6th, that once he's out, his personal sway over that movement will diminish because, he's off of social media. So he's lost a lot of reach. Once he's not the president anymore, it takes the steam out of at least some of the conspiracy shit. Like, he's coming back. He's going to be here next Tuesday and he's going to take over. But I think what's kind of more, in a way, a little more unpredictable is the fact that these cells are going to move on to other leaders and they're going to move on to other causes, but they're still going to be fucked up and do bad things. And I think kind of
Cletus and his erection for the Confederacy are they're going to go back underground. That's what they're going to do.
Well, what do you think about the notion that all of that is only being used as a reason to have basically to increase the surveillance state over the United States, something like more increased homeland security types of things, more government ability to actually surveil people without necessarily their knowledge? That's all these guys are. These guys are a domestic, they get labeled a domestic terrorist threat. And then the next step after that is that because we have kind of a 9/11 reaction where everybody is afraid of whatever's, and the next thing you know, they're like, yes, please, watch our stuff. And it's okay if you listen in to suspected people,
So a Patriot Act situation is what you're referring to.
Yes, I'm sorry. Did I say the wrong thing? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you say that part of it. I was just asking if that's kind of what you're talking about. Like they passed another Patriot Act.
Yes, that is what I'm referring to. Like, if this is just kind of setting the stage so that more of that can be done, it can become increasingly tighter.
Well, I mean, the thing is that there's already so many things in the Patriot Act that they could be used that aren't even used to their fullest. So I don't know that is necessarily necessary. But yeah, well, one thing though that I want to do something that I normally am against doing. I actually want to address Curious. I'm not even going to yell at him.
Which one?
If you would highlight his last comment about Epstein, Pizzagate, blah blah blah. Okay, so and then Deep Ashtray after that said Trump desperately wanted to be Epstein's buddy. No, Trump was Epstein's buddy. Make no mistake. So that's the thing. So if Bill Clinton was involved with any pederasty at Epstein's Island, string him up. I have no problem with that. That's the thing. Bill Clinton was one of my favorite presidents, but if he actually was fucking around with underage women, string him up. I have no problem with that. It's kind of like that meme where there's the button that says, "Oh well, do you want to deal with this bad thing?" And of course you're ready to press the button. It's like, "Oh, but if you do that, you have to take care, hurt the people on your side too that did the bad thing." And then the person's like smashing the button, like, "Come on, let's do it." I'll smash the fucking button myself, man. I don't care if he did something that bad. Dump him. So that you think you're catching us in some sort of hypocrisy, you're just a fool. So the thing that gets me about it though is that you support Trump, Curious, and Trump was Epstein's friend. We know Trump was at all these. There's tons of pictures of him on the island. So it's like, well, if you're so worried about that, then why are you following the guy who's most likely a pederast?
I think they like his hairstyle.
Yeah, that's it.
They grow that in Scotland.
Greetings, Brian. How are you doing?
Good morning, everybody. I'm fine. A little tired and bleary-eyed, but I've only just woken up, so give me a few minutes to fully attain consciousness, and
Okay.
I'll join in with something. I'm not sure where.
Okay, well, that's cool. I'm going to reference Republicus in the comments, but I'm not going to put it on the screen. It says, by the way, unblock Curious One. You're here now. No. Just be satisfied we let you be here now. And then if you fuck this one up, I'll block that one as well. Don't think I won't, right? So just saying.
Hey,
I have to drop off for a little bit. I'll be back.
I'm just checking if he's still. I always loved how nuts he was.
Okay, see you in a minute.
He's still nuts.
But no,
he had the weirdest comments always. I was just like, I cannot block this guy because the things he says are so fucking strange. It's just like there's a whimsy to it that I was just like, I can't do anything about that.
Wait, Republicus is Curious.
What?
That is Curious. Republicus is Curious.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I was like,
I'm fairly lenient when it comes to banning people. I'm fairly lenient, but there are certain lines I won't let people cross. And then sometimes, quite frankly, sometimes I do just go, you know what, fuck you, and ban people. But that hardly ever happens. I'm pretty lenient because at the end of the day, as long as people don't get overly personal with my posts and or my regular attendees in the comments, if people want to be obnoxious, that's okay with me. If they're obnoxious, we just all know they're obnoxious. You know what I mean? At least I know who the dicks are. That's the way I look at it, So anyway, right. Bless. Brian, would you like a cup of coffee?
I have some tea, which is...
Of course, you're British.
Yeah, of course, I'm British. Pure, stereotype. Oh, well, there you go. Same cup.
That's just
I love Bob Ross. Oh, that cup is awesome. I almost bought a Bob Ross lunchbox last year.
Really?
We're mug cousins.
Squint really tight, and you can see right there is my Bob Ross hat.
I almost, for my own Christmas present, bought myself a Bob Ross Funko because it had a little raccoon animal that came with it, and I might still do that. It was only
there's my Bob Ross Funko right there.
I open all of mine, though. I buy these Funkos and then I open them all, so it probably just destroys the minds of people when I get collector ones, and then I'm like, I don't need this box, You look like you might be. What?
Paul, my report on QAnon is such. Q has been silent for 39 days.
Specifically 39.
What
Yes.
happened 39 days ago? What was happening 39 days ago that made Q unsilent?
Well, there
Or
were
who was arrested?
happened after the election, but since December 8th, Q has been silent. There have been no posts attributed to the account that everyone counts on to be Q.
Oh yeah.
What is
I-
that account? I'm curious. I don't know where people supposedly get their. Doesn't it seem like if it was obvious where you were supposed to go to talk to Q or get the message from Q, it wouldn't be that big of a secret, and therefore, what?
Well, how about the "where we go one, we go all" thing?
So the last thing that Q tweeted that was like that, he created another acronym, and it was "Nothing can stop what is coming," right?
Mhm.
And so that was very close to the spirit of what Jacob Angeli was writing as a note for Mike Pence, that justice is coming.
I gotta
Was
say,
there any?
video game, but it seems like a shitty way of living your life.
Yeah.
That's like,
As you've been doing that,
I'd be like playing it like 12 hours straight, but I can't see people do it like how they can just. I mean, actually, I can't. It's kind of like an obsessive thing. Like we used to all, I don't know, we used to all do all the Skype chats and everything. You get in there and you just remember like hour after hour doing shit me at Block TV. And just going over shit, and I think the people get that out of it. They get like a camaraderie out of like doing this puzzle solving shit and craziness.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's kind of hard to do that sort of puzzle solving when there's no source anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Days
Yeah.
of silence during the most hardcore shit of the entire administration, all the way at the end. Like it's all going down. It's all exciting, and there's nothing.
Yeah. It sounds like he pulled out, and that's just like the movement's going to peter out. and they're
typical story.
Yeah, his daddy should have pulled out.
quick question. As you've been doing the research into the Q, Mike,
Yeah.
was there anybody of note or ignominy that was arrested 39 days ago?
Oh.
Not that I've connected to it as a correlation, but it's always been my suspicion that Q has nothing to do with the actual administration as far as being on the inside. It's always been sort of like a dry reading of politics.
Right.
Yeah.
It's somebody who's amassed a lot of a following that has no other entrance into politics.
The only thing I can think of that's like significant about the date, the 8th of December, is that's the day we declared war in World War II. Maybe that's the reason that they tweeted.
What about a non-American?
Well, they arrested that guy in Neptune. He was a QAnon, or he was at the DC thing. He was apparently a failed scriptwriter.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm just like failed scriptwriter. That's like whoever does Q, whoever like writes that shit. It has such like a movie-esque kind of feel to it, like you're writing a script for like some kind of weird, like national treasure kind of thing. That I was like, I bet there was a screenwriter or something.
He wrote a book. I mean, he wrote a book. He's not completely unknown. Somebody
No,
knows
exactly.
who he is.
Yeah, so
I mean, he wrote a book. And he sells merchandise. I mean, this whole thing is he's not within the administration. This whole thing is a money-making scam.
Yeah, but isn't it possible there's more than one person managing the account? Isn't that been put forward? You would know more about that than me, because you researched it, I guess.
It's possible. They targeted Mr. Watson, who owned 8chan and 8kun and stuff like that. They thought that he was maybe the only person, but then they found another person who was a security officer at a bank, and they kind of tied him to it as well. But it's possible that it's a group of people that were doing it. But
Yeah.
Watson actually had a PAC started where people could donate money so that he could then try to fund QAnon supporting politicians in their political campaigns, which is why we have Lauren Boebert there in the first place. And so, like, he starts this PAC, and that's like, if he's a paid officer of the PAC, that's his job forever. If he
Yeah.
can just keep the lore going, that's his end game, is just to basically be like the NRA, only not with guns as the theme, as Q, the letter being the theme, like Sesame Street.
Yeah.
This pack brought to you by Q.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
What was meant by declaring war on World War II? That just went completely over my head.
You know, a good question.
I
What are
forget
you
who it was
referring
that
to?
said it now. So somebody just now literally said it in blah 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 when we declared war on World War II, and it just threw in
Maybe
the brain.
in World War II?
The significance of the date,
Oh, here in the panel.
Yeah, December 8th.
December 8th, the significance of the date. That's why Paul brought it up.
That was the last day
Oh, that was
you
the.
posted anything.
Yeah. Oh,
But it
that.
was also the date that America joined World War II. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. World War II was already
Oh,
going.
okay. I get it now.
World
I
War
get
II
it
was
now.
going for 2 years in Europe before the United States decided to throw its hat into the ring, right? And we didn't do it until we got bombed by Pearl Harbor, which was on December
4th.
As an American, I object to the existence of anything.
I thought we were bombed on the 7th of December. In fact, I'm sure of it.
I thought it was December 4th.
No, it's December 7th, and we declared war the next day, which is why people were saying that Mitch McConnell could have had the impeachment trial in the Senate before the weekend, because they declared war less than 24 hours after being bombed in Pearl Harbor. So if it's an emergency, they can convene an emergency session of the Senate if the will existed. And it was my contention on yesterday's show that the reason Mitch McConnell didn't want to wait, and the reason a lot of Republicans in both the House and Senate voted to nullify the election, basically, was because a lot of these people still think Trump is going to get away with this shit.
So if we look back to January 6th as the day that they were supposed to, officially have that traditional certifying of the election results. Before that, December 16th was the day that they were supposed to send the votes in. And then December 8th was the safe harbor deadline. Yeah. December 8th was the day that Q stopped posting. So on the safe harbor deadline, that's the one thing that I can think of that correlates to why he would stop posting, is he finally saw that there was no fucking way, Trump was going to pull it off.
What do you think about the idea of, if we suspect that there's going to be a thing that happens, I guess in a few days here, on the inauguration, right? Even if there isn't something that happens at the Capitol, what if there was a counter movement to do nothing other than be present at places that are suspected to be attacked, right? Like, say, a governor's house or the state capitol places, with the sole intention of just bringing all of your recording devices and recording and getting everybody's images that you can. Like, if you see people vandalizing something, if you see them trying to bust in a window, break down a door, push around whoever that they shouldn't be pushing around, cops or whatever, and the whole goal is only to film them so that they can be turned in because these are acts of insurrection.
So what you've just described is what the few people that I know that actually call themselves Antifa do.
Yeah.
That's what they actually do, is they just show up whenever they know that the other side's going to be there and record. And then they dox them. And they try to make their real lives horrible for the shit that they're doing.
Yeah, but we don't. But
do.
doxing is a thing though that individuals do to individuals. And I'm saying that if you were to go out, you, whoever. I mean, I say we, but I don't literally mean the actual you guys, me sitting here. I just mean this side. But if that were to happen, we know now because literally the FBI is making calls for people to turn in these, the people who did what they did in the vandalized the Capitol, right? So we know now that something will happen because our government did in fact act again and is trying to act. So,
that was normally like resistance tactics. Like when I was still doing on the ground crap before I stopped like a year ago, that was just like a standard SOP for how you did it. You were supposed to be peaceful and just record anything that happened. But from what I understand right now, the messaging they're doing is don't show up for anything, because this is a situation where now that the police and National Guard are involved, like one, they have a problem where anytime you show up, like you mentioned with Antifa, for example, or just in general, if you're like a protest or resistance, the other side wants them there because they can then use them as an excuse to start violent interaction. So that was a big reason why for the certification day, they were like, nobody show up, because they don't have an excuse for starting violence and saying it's our fault on the other side. So really nobody did. And as a result, that's how they ended up in a position where it's just like, nope, this is all on you. So, and it's kind of that, I think that's still the assumed go-to right now until after Biden's in office, is since they're really hyper aware and they've got like the National Guard out and everything, it's best if you stay away. I think that's what they're basically saying.
Yes, with the talk of the National Guard uppermost in mind, that kind of neatly brings us to some disturbing news and an associated topic / question for discussion. Now, I'm going to go to my original post on Twitter for a second, and I'm going to rephrase it to make it pertinent to now. Yesterday morning, I woke to the news that Donald had one meeting on Friday with the CEO of My Pillow, and that on leaving the meeting, the My Pillow guy had his notes caught on camera and included the topic of martial law, which kind of poses the question, why was Donald having a discussion with a corporate donor about martial law, especially given the huge martial presence currently deployed in DC and other state capitals? And I may be projecting a little paranoia here, but it does raise some concerns, especially technically. Trump is still commander-in-chief and could, in theory, use those troops to good effect in the 4 days left between now and the President Biden's tenure starting on the 20th.
Could he though? Could he?
Could he? This is the question. Could he? Would he? What would happen? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, before you and before Sister Danger and before the True Puka were here, we had a discussion along similar lines about I was basically posing, what if the National Guard, because at the moment, the National Guard is deployed in 50 states, something that Trump couldn't have done with an executive order in his wildest dreams because everybody would have objected to it. But now it's been done despite Trump. But he still does have some level of authority and command, and it does worry me that they might just turn around and face the wrong direction and join the insurrection people to fight inward rather than outward.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think that risk exists, but I don't hold a lot of credit because my partners here on the show kind of talked me out of it insofar as that's the National Guard and the regular military is just not on board with Trump. So
yeah, and I think Pence would, like, that was the one thing that Trump did during the whole riot thing. It was Pence who finally stepped in and gave the orders, because Trump was deliberately not, because he wanted to keep going. And at that point, I think that would happen again. If Trump tried to do that, Pence would step in and threaten to invoke the 25th.
Well, I mean, isn't Pence acting de facto POTUS anyway right now?
Yes. Well, he's the only one who's. I mean,
Because he's the only one doing the job.
Legally, no, but in action, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump has never done the job anyway. I mean, so,
like Trump tried
I-
to write, he just issued a bill. Remember, he just issued a bill or tried to issue a bill, like
Right.
just stripping the COVID rule out of all its funding, and Congress just ignored him.
right.
Like,
From a legal perspective, a constitutional perspective, he does still have full power. He
Yes.
is the commander in chief. From a legal perspective, any orders that he gives to the military are to be obeyed unless they're unlawful.
It's my understanding that in order to deploy troops inside the state, borders of the United States, Congress or Trump, Congress, I think, would have to invoke the Insurrection Act. Is that right? And I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, and if he tries to do it, he's just going to get 25th on the spot. I think he understands that at this point. Like, the only reason Pence didn't do it is because he really doesn't want to, because he's, Pence. But I think if push came to shove and he tried to do that,
I think Pence is worried about the Trump mob turning on him after Trump is gone, and
which is why I don't do it. Yeah,
destroying any chance he has of a political future.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's just not smart enough to realize that that's already done. That's already done.
Really? I think Pence totally has a political future. I think he's going to go right back to his old politics where he was, because his original constituency is, he has not done anything against what his original constituency liked him for in the first place. He still upholds all of those ideals, and everything that they voted him in for in the first place. And he hasn't had no wacky scandals during this whole thing, right? I mean, he's pretty much towed the line and, just gone along.
He was certainly the most sycophantic member of the cabinet in Trump's inner circle. I'll grant you that. And so in that sense, he hasn't done anything prior to last week to piss off the base. But last week, ripped all that and shredded it and put it into the incinerator. You know what I mean? Pence is persona non grata to MAGA now. That's it.
But that's something you have to keep in mind, though. I mean, there isn't, they talk about the base. For Democrats, there's the base. For Republicans, there's the Trump base. There's the establishment base. There's, MAGA America isn't necessarily the Republican America. A lot of these people aren't Republicans, or a lot of them are libertarians. So as far as Pence, yeah, he proves his throat is really deep for Trump, but for establishment Republicans, that's not going to get him anything. If anything, it hurt him.
With the evangelical base, so he'll still have influence in that area. So he'll land fine, whatever he does, I think.
How do you think his thinking is affected by the chance for hang Mike Pence that happened on the 6th?
In what sense?
Well, Mike is sitting there. He's de facto doing the job because somebody has to, and Trump isn't. And yet he's acting as a proxy for somebody who incited insurrection at the Capitol, and those insurrectionists were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," and there was a gallows. So how do you think this is affecting Mike Pence's ability to act as a proxy for Trump?
I think it might actually be making him. I would say it's making him less inclined to just do as Trump says and just try. I think his focus right now is just getting through the next couple of days until this shit is done. And I think in that context, he's probably doing okay. And as long as he can keep Trump from doing, trying to do the equivalent of what you said, turning around the National Guard, I think he's basically just that's his goal. We get to the next 2 days without him doing some crazy shit, and then we can get him out of office. Or what do we have to 4 days at this point? 4 days, yeah. So, but yeah, I think I think Trump and him have like had a parting of ways in the sense of they're no longer buds or anything. Like they're gonna like work together as little as possible. So he's gonna be done with Trump after this. But Trump will be done with him anyway. Trump has no patience for people who don't do exactly what he says, especially now.
Paul, did you hear that? 4 days. 4 days, Paul. Next week, we will have a Breakfast Club with a different president.
That's a pretty sobering thought. I remember last night when Brian Williams said this is the last Friday of Trump's presidency, and a wave of like something over me. I don't know what, but I was just like, I hadn't really thought of it in those terms, and thinking of it in those terms was just like borderline satisfactory. I mean, I almost felt good for a minute there.
Yeah, I'm just glad Biden like announced he's going to kick off a FEMA for the COVID vaccine, because I was seriously worried about how that rollout's been going. But it's just refreshing to have like an adult in charge who's competent and hires competent people.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
That's my favorite thing about all this. It's just like having like adults in charge is kind of nice.
Seeing actual scientists be put into sciencey positions is kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm loving that too. Because that's been depressing, just watching the attack on science and education. That's just been friggin' depressing.
Well, and just truth in general, almost regardless of what topic you're talking about. I mean, there has been literally an assault on facts and truth for a minimum of the last 5 years, if not longer.
Yeah.
So do you think that Biden administration is going to fundamentally affect the way a lot of Americans act and behave in their daily life? Because there was just a comment posted, analytisch a posteriori, who worked in a grocery store, and when Trump took office, they noticed how openly and comfortable customers' behavior changed. Being openly racist, being xenophobic, etc., etc. Do you think that Biden's administration is going to impact that general sort of openness and comfortability with, I suppose, some on that side of the political divide would call it being honest with yourself?
It won't happen organically. It won't happen organically. It has to happen with leadership. I'm thinking of 1963 when JFK did his civil rights address. If you've never seen it, it's on my channel. Just look it up, or heard it, I should say, because it's just audio. No, it's a video. That's right. But in his civil rights address, he openly acknowledges that if people can't get their equal rights, they not only have the right to go in the street and protest, but we should expect them to. And obviously we don't want street protests because that hurts our society. So not only should we do it for our own self-interest of not hurting our society, but we should do it because it's right, because these people aren't being treated equally. It was a really good speech. I mean, I'm summarizing greatly because it's like 15 minutes long. But I mean, he openly acknowledged that you're right to be pissed off and you should be agitating, but we don't want you to agitate. You know, that whole attitude is gone now. Protesting is just seen by a lot of people in the establishment that have the biggest voices as just being a nuisance. It's always, you know, back when I used to be a protester in the UK, I was one of what they used to call the usual suspects, because I would turn up at protests for different events. Well, yeah, I care about different things, right? But the way they put it is there's just some people who like to protest, you know?
Yeah.
So I think that one of the things that concerns me a little bit is, well, one, I don't think that these Trump people, MAGA hats, whatever, I don't think it's going anywhere. I think that it became, what was already there became uncovered and was given a green light during the Trump administration. But I think that those things pre-existed Trump, and then they were just made socially acceptable during his administration. So now what I think we'll see happen is they will, once Biden is in and all of the stuff, and you know, stuff maybe begins to level out a little bit more, that they will just go back to being, you know, their quietly stewing amongst themselves, smoldering amongst themselves, MAGA hats, who just are feeling like, they just are being oppressed from, speaking their truth or whatever, right? What I kind of am a little worried about, though, is I feel like things went so crazy with Trump that the only thing that Biden has to do in order to make it seem like progress is happening is just come back a little to normalcy. And we will perceive that as progress because everything has been so crap for the last 4 years. But it won't be. We won't actually see the policy changes. We won't actually see changes in healthcare and all of the other stuff that I think are truly important, to some of the things happening in the country. It'll just seem that way because it was so torn down. Does that make sense?
I think it makes sense, and the only thing I think I might agree with most of that, but I do think that because Biden announced before he was president that he only intends to be a one-term president, right? So 2024 is a wide open election, and that being the case, the Democrats can't afford not to deliver on their program. Can't afford it, because if they do, then they'll hand the Republicans the White House in 4 years. So it can't be business as usual. Obviously, with the coronavirus as well. Joe has been handed a nightmarish scenario, but if Joe's policies manage to pull us out of it, I think it'll change a lot of minds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a quick follow-up question, and I'd like all of you to throw an opinion in, including you, Mike. I see you munching away silently, staying out of it. One of the other things that I've heard chatter about in my social medias is the prospect of Trump's being essentially expelled from the Republican Party, or no longer being welcome in the Republican Party. I think Mitch McConnell is the one that said that the impeachment makes it easier to rid the Republican Party of Trump. Now, if this happens, and please bear in mind, I'm asking questions here as a devil's advocate, mainly. What are the prospects, A, for the Republican Party to split between true Republicans and MAGA followers? And what are the implications for this bringing about a third party in American politics? And how, turning into a three-part question, how do you think that will affect 2024? We'll start with you, Dev. Okay, start with you, and then we'll work round clockwise.
Well, that's kind of what I was talking about a little while ago. I mean, the Republican base is actually multiple bases. There's the MAGA, and then there's the Republicans. There's the establishment. If it continues to be like a sharpening of the divide between them, it'll make it nearly impossible for a Republican to win office again. If anything, the most likely outcome of that kind of a thing would be it would make the Democrats' position stronger. Not just for the executive branch, for just about anything, because all the Republicans will be split. And what was the rest of the question?
Yes, the implications for the formation of a third party, and how do you think this is going to affect 24?
There's already multiple parties. So, I mean, it's, we talk about a two-party system, but there's already several parties. And the only way that a new party is going to have any kind of a real impact on the two-party system is if it's going to have to get enough support. So.
Okay. Kuka?
You were going around on my next. I'm sorry, I didn't know what you were doing. I would say that I don't see them splitting into a secondary party. That would be devastating for the Republicans if that actually happened, and I just don't see it happening. I think they're probably screwed for 2022. I think for 2024, it is possible they can pull their shit together and they can go back to the old model of just basically doing a single 1 or 2 issue voting situation where they just drum up fear of liberals enough to the point where they can get the masses out to vote. It's worked for them for 20 years. And as long as they don't have a charismatic leader like Trump for them to focus on, I think they'll probably be able to bring a decent number of them back into the fold again. I'm sorry to be pessimistic, but that's kind of how I see it. I think the Republican Party is mostly going to be done in by just demographic shift. That's what's going to happen. You know, if they, I wish they would change. I wish they could become saner, you know, and like actually be a productive party that contributes something useful to the system. But I think they dug themselves in so deep that I can't see that happening. So I think 2024, if Biden really does only do a 1 term, then I don't. You think? I guess Harris would run at that point, right? Kamala Harris would run as president. I don't know what's going to happen at that point. You know, if we can win or not. That's going to be interesting to see. It depends on the policy Joe gets off to. Like I keep thinking of what's his name, Bloomberg. When he came in, he was dealing with 9/11, right? He was the 9/11 like post 9/11 mayor. And I remember he had a whole bunch of plans in mind for what he wanted to do, but a lot of it didn't happen because he was dealing with the fallout from 9/11. Like the city budget was just fucked. And it sucks that Biden's in that situation too. It's ironic that the situation that made him actually be able to win is a situation that means it's going to be really hard for him to get his policy implemented. You know, so yeah, if he gets some of that stuff done, if he manages to get some of it in, then we have a decent chance of winning. He already extended the student loan for interest and whatnot. Like he's already saying that's being extended to the end of the year. So if he commits to some of the policy change on student loan, maybe gets like a quarter of the way there. I think that could help him. Healthcare, you know, I think they'll get some shit off. We're not going to get Medicare for all, obviously. I don't know how much of a public option we'll get, but I think we'll get something. It's just also a matter of whether they can advertise it well, because sometimes the Democrats really suck at advertising the good shit they do. Like this whole like the $2,000 thing, right? Did you see the fight on Twitter over? Well, wait a minute, you said 2,000, but now you're saying it's only 1,400. Like going back and forth on Twitter about it, and I'm just like, okay, I get that. Like at some point when they were saying 2,000, like it was understood. It was 1,400 plus 6, and then they fortunately started just casually saying, we're going to get you 2,000. Like, and I knew what they meant, but I was just like, I'm kind of hoping they mean they're going to actually give us another 2,000. And so, like, that kind of like put a damper on it. I'm just like, dude, if you'd just been careful in your messaging, we never would have been in that position where people be bitching about it. But that's the Democrats, just how they manage to kind of always screw something up a little bit. So we'll see how 2024 goes.
Okay. Mike.
This is not over until Trump's dead. He will find another way to get his message out. I mean, Q himself or themselves never had their own Twitter account, and yet their message carries through masses to the point where they can actually stage an insurrection. So if he's only allowed to post messages on Trump.com and people have to go there and then spread them elsewhere, he's still going to have power. And whichever Republicans are running in 2024, they're going to either have to get his endorsement or they're going to have to deal with a split in the party, such that we haven't seen since Ross Perot.
Okay, and 2024?
2024, I see a continuation of the Biden-Harris administration.
You think
Okay.
Biden will stay in?
No, I would almost put money on Biden quitting after 2 years and 1 day, so that way Harris can run twice.
Hmm.
Because
Okay.
if she only serves less than half a term, it doesn't count towards
Yeah.
her.
So you think Biden's aiming for a 2.5-term Harris presidency?
I like that.
Okay.
That'd
I'm
be
not
clever.
psychic. I just see writing on the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. Sister Danger.
I kind of agree that I think that Biden Harris will continue to be a thing for a while. With regard to the Republican Party, I just don't think after what has happened, I don't think it can stay together. I think it's evident that the Republican Party is nothing like, I mean, the Democrats are the Republican Party, and the Republican Party that we call the Republican Party right now is like the crazy religious right. And so it's like we don't have any proper left parties, if that makes any sense. And I think I'm a little surprised that something like the Tea Party hasn't tried to jump all over the remnants of MAGA, because the Tea Party was pretty up there in religious land too, whole God and country thing going on. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't maybe. I guess I hope that we will actually see a splintering or a fracturing of the party. But if we don't, I just don't know how it can have any kind of true political impact or pull. How it cannot, it has to undergo some kind of a facelift, you know. This has been such a damaging thing to them, I think. So I don't know exactly what we're going to see, but earlier when you guys were saying, well, if I were the bad guy, what would I do? Right. I guess, I guess that like one of the things that came to my mind at that point in time is like, well, if I were the bad guy, I'd kind of look at these splintering factions, and then try to collect them up in a manner that I intend to go forward in a kind of a rebirth, sort of a phoenix kind of a way, right? But without trying to just keep calling it the same thing, if that makes any sense. So I don't know what we're going to see with it, to be perfectly honest. I do hope we see it crack, though.
Okay. Did you want to expand on 2024, or can we go to Paul?
Oh, no, we can go to Goth.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I actually hear what you're saying, Sister Danger, about the party basically can't survive because of what's happened. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's on that same trajectory. And what you were saying about why doesn't somebody in the Tea Party try to take over the MAGA? I think you had that backwards. I think the MAGA took over the Tea Party already. I think that horse has left the stable, right? That's just my impression. That's not a fact. That's one man's opinion. It's worth no more than that. Oh, there he goes. However, regarding the larger question, what's going to happen to the Republican Party? Well, it inevitably must fracture because, and I feel the same way, coincidentally, Brian, about the Tories in the UK. And I'm going to use them example, even though it hasn't happened there yet. But I was in the UK from 1989 until 2020. And I watched delightfully the death of the BNP, right? The BNP was a minor political force in the in the 80s and early 90s. Thankfully, they ran out of steam, plus their leader was disgraced in a variety of different ways. And so what ended up happening, this is my take on it, Brian, and as a native, please tell me if you think I'm way off. But what I saw happen was that the remnants of the BNP turned into Tommy Robinson's organization, the EDL. and the ones that were more respectable turned into UKIP, and then UKIP also shaved off a lot of farther right Tories. So UKIP presented itself as a mainstream fifth level, but still mainstream right of center party, which it was not right of center, and unless you put off the edge of the right hand side of the table right of center, right? I mean, they're so far right as far as I was concerned. But they enabled it to put a veneer of respectability on it. And once they accomplished Brexit, a lot of the UKIP people basically disappeared. I mean, Farage, and he just fucked right off. He, mission accomplished, right? And so what I'm saying is the Tory party, like the Republican Party, has now a very large minority of extremists in its ranks. And it's my opinion that mainstream human beings won't voluntarily, because in Britain, Brexit is going to fail so spectacularly that these people are going to find, the mainstream people are going to find out how full of shit all that stuff was. It's only a matter of time. Here we don't have that kind of time for the same sort of things to happen. And because the way our political cycle works every 4 years, and they've got to find someone fast. They've got to find someone in 4 years who can hoover up the MAGAs and your more establishment economic Republicans. And that is a chasm between those two groups of people. So I can't see anything other than the Republican Party splitting. It's only a matter of how much it takes, how much weight it takes to break it. And as regards what goes forward in 2024, I think quite honestly, things are so in flux at the moment. To offer up an opinion would, we don't even know what's going to, when we meet here again next week, how many places will be on fire. Just as an example. So,
yeah, that's a good point.
I think speculating about the future of the Republican Party is, speculation is a fool's gamble, right? I mean, so yeah, but I can't help it. I do it all the time. I live like that,
Yeah. What you've
2024, to agree with my colleagues, though, I think 2024, barring some kind of major catastrophe during the Biden-Harris administration, because I agree with, I think Michael said that Harris is probably going to take over somewhere in the second half of Biden's term. And if that happens, I agree, they're going to try to get 10 years out of that presidency if it works. Whether or not the Republicans will be sufficiently weak and defeated to make that happen, because before you were here, I was mentioning how Herbert Hoover lost the election in 1932 to FDR, and then Democrats won the presidency five elections in a row, right? Now, fair enough, FDR himself won 4 of those, but still, historically, that's anomalous. Democracies don't normally keep the same party in power for very long extended periods of time. I mean, and in American history, when you look back at our political history, Bill Clinton, George Bush, and Barack Obama were 3 consecutive 2-term presidencies. The last time that happened was when Thomas Jefferson was president. Okay, so generally speaking, you might get one guy with 2 terms, maybe 2 people with 2 terms, but the next guy isn't going to make it for 2 terms. That's just a tendency of our historical political science. It's not written down anywhere. It doesn't have to work that way. But if you look back at the history of American presidents and you look at it, it literally goes from Lincoln onwards: Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, up until FDR. I mean, basically, we just kept the guy and then got rid of him and we just trade them back and forth. So when are we going to trade the Republicans again for our new Democrats? I think when the new Democrats have not yet had any chance to perform or conquer any of the challenges that they face, and the fact that the Republican Party is in such flex, 2024, we might as well not even know if the year is going to happen, right? Because we just don't know what the future brings. And there's so much going on right now, I just think it's a shot in the dark.
Okay. Well, Sister Danger did raise one point which kind of echoes my feelings a little bit from the side of the pond looking on in bemusement half the time. But I digress. She made the point that both of your parties are essentially conservative. Yeah, they're corporate supporting rather than Labour supporting. And with the Republican Party in such disarray at the moment, and the fact that the Democrats are effectively occupying their environmental niche, just the simple laws of evolution dictate that in order to flourish, it needs to explore and conquer another niche. So I'm wondering if this may be an opportunity for the Republican Party to actually shift gears and aim towards being more left. And I know I know how the reaction is. No, it's right wing to the core. But
I said this
at
last
some
week. and
point,
But
I said-
wasn't the original sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just gonna say, like, wasn't the original Democratic Party actually Republicans, like, or the other way around, like way back in the day? I mean, so it's not.
I know what you're
it's
talking
flipped.
about.
It's flipped several times.
Yeah.
Democrats were pro-slavery back in the day, and the Republicans were the anti-slavery abolitionist party. So that has flipped around, and that has flipped around in large part, but not just because of Lyndon Baines Johnson passing the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act. And he said at the time, "We've lost the South for a generation." So, you know.
Well, here we are a generation or so later.
And I want to bring that to that point up, actually. Lyndon Johnson was the sitting president. Almost certainly could have been reelected if he wanted to be, but bowed out, right? He said, you know what? I don't want this job anymore. But Lyndon Johnson passed the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, knowing it was going to lose them the South, but did it anyway because it was the right thing to do for the country. The people in power right now need to adopt that kind of mentality. Because right now they're not thinking what's right for the country. In fact, on the news, they're talking about, the political considerations of their career and who's going to be the front runner for 2024 for the Republicans if it's not blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, hang on a minute. Your political career does not matter compared to the future of the country and the precedents that we set for our posterity as regards the sanctity of our democracy. So.
So the prospects of America developing a political party that actually does represent the labor force rather than the corporate ownership, slim to none is what I'm getting from.
Yeah, it's not going to come
this.
from the Republicans. If anywhere, it'll come from the left. If it does happen.
I don't think it'll come from either of the current parties, though, like Democrat or Republican, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't either, but I mean, it's not likely because the problem is the Republican Party is deeply racist, and they're not going to change. That's not a stripe they can just change. So in order to be pro-worker, being racist doesn't really help.
Right.
I think that, well, I guess kind of what I would hope to see is some of the parties right now that, Libertarian Party, Green Party, things like that, right? I would love to see them actually, in the wake of this, become valid parties. I feel like the reason that they are not valid parties is because they're so way out in their field of whatever it is they're doing, right? That it's just people cannot get behind it. They just say some whacked out things, right? And I mean, I don't know if they could just come a little bit less with, we're gonna go just full on extreme. Like, for example, even when you say something, right? Like, we're just gonna make everything free. Education is gonna be free, and healthcare is gonna be free, and all of these things. It is, while that might be your goal, when you say that out loud, everybody just sort of goes, it's too much, right? It's too extreme of an approach. And
they go, yeah, right. They go, yeah, right. They're cynical because it just sounds too fancy, but they've been brainwashed or conditioned, I should say, to think that way.
But then those people don't have good plans for how to do this either, right? So maybe if somebody had like a super good plan of how to make that happen, it would be a little more graspable.
When it comes to the third parties, the other parties, There's a lack of infrastructure with those parties
Right.
because they haven't been able to build that infrastructure because they haven't been able to get any real funding because the two major parties suck up all of the oxygen in the room. The Democratic Party is the oldest party in the country. They've been around since the founding.
Yeah, forever.
Republican parties have been here since the Civil War. They're old parties. They've been here a long time.
I mean, maybe if the Democrats really. Sorry, go ahead.
No, people are brainwashed. It's either Democrat or Republican, Democrat or Republican. They're brainwashed. They don't even want to hear about the other parties or what they offer.
I mean, maybe if the Democrats really wanted to help fracture the Republican Party, though, they would actually pick one of these parties, the Green Party or the Libertarian Party, and they would start giving them that funding in order to make them a real party that then divides.
It's kind of hard for them to do that because the Democratic Party is already fending off its own challengers. People, the Green Party and just the progressive left in general.
But if they bring that under their wing, that means the Green Party isn't their challenger anymore, right? That means you guys are. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Is like, oh, maybe now is the time to,
They've been trying. The problem
the big green giant.
The problem with that is if in order to take in the Green Party or more likely progressives, they would have to then turn on the people that they get their funding from. You can't embrace AOC and that entire wing of the party. You cannot fully embrace all of them and still hold on to the people who are giving you money as a party. That's the reason they don't.
But AOC exists. She's there. She's elected. She's part of the Democratic Party. She's there. The inroad has been made.
Right. But she's a representative in a very small district inside a city. I mean, she the only reason why she has the platform that she has and why everybody knows who she is because she says really controversial things and she's attractive.
I would also add that the reason she got her platform in the first place was because she knocked off the number 2 Democrat in the House when she primaried him. I mean, that was a pretty big deal. This newcomer who's 28 years old knocks off the guy who was slated to be the next Speaker of the House. I mean, that's her start. I think that was what gave her a running start.
Yeah, that was a ballsy move. That was a real ballsy move to primary him. He was the number 2 Democrat in the House.
Why is that a ballsy move? I'm curious. Why do you? I mean, anybody can. It's there for anybody to attempt to do. What makes it ballsy?
Okay, because the person that she primaried, the person that she ran against, was the second most powerful Democrat in the House of Representatives. He was one of the most powerful people in the government, and she challenged him, and she won.
And he outspent her 10 times.
And it takes a lot of balls for an upstart to look at somebody who's been established and entrenched and holding a lot of power and saying, "Yeah, I'm going to beat you."
I guess it would be a bit like Mike, Dev, or any of you four deciding to oust Obama from his seat and succeeding.
Do you mean maybe I'm misattributing or perceiving how you mean the word ballsy? Do you mean ballsy like as in this is a ballsy move because the chances of success seem skeptical, or because it's ballsy because the political backlash / clout that it could be affecting is do you see what I both? Huh.
Both.
Wow. I never would have attributed the word ballsy to that, I guess. So I'm fascinated.
Mr. Danger, since you are today representing the females of the group, so you have the responsibility on your shoulders. What would be? I mean, I know what I call when I want to use a feminine pronoun to describe. If you say he's got a lot of balls.
Yeah.
I personally say she's got some good fuzzy wobbles on her. But what do you think is the appropriate what do you think would be the most appropriate euphemism to pardon my phraseology here, but to big up a female's body parts as giving her courage? You know, I mean,
well, if it's me talking, I just say balls. I just say balls. I don't care. I'm like, that's some big fat balls you got flanking around down there.
If I was really desperate to gender specific it, right? Or sexual specific it, whatever the right term is. But if I was going to do that, I mean, Fuzzy Wobbles is the one I come up with. But I mean,
Fuzzy Wobbles does not sound like, it doesn't sound like John Wayne just strode on into town and is going to take over.
Well, to be fair, biologically, women do have balls. They're called ovaries, but they're inside the body.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I just say balls. I'm not too particularly gender specific about it. So chutzpah might be a way to say it, which I know is again kind of often used with referring to men, but I guess I just sort of the moxie. I'm getting moxie over here from moxie is a good way to say it. So
that's a good word.
I was gonna suggest boobsy, but it's not people enough because Rob's right here.
I mean, I've said in the past of my own self, like referring to that, I've said in the past before that, my balls are so big, they decided to crawl up and be on my chest, right? Or something like that. Like there wasn't enough room between my legs. So they had to come on up and be chesticles instead. Right. So,
hey, does anybody here know the etymology of how balls got to be associated with courage in the first place?
Is there actually an answer to that, or is that like, are you asking because you know the answer, or because you're wondering if there's an answer?
I don't know the answer. I'm very curious to see if someone here knows the answer, because I once years ago looked into when the word fuck came into normal usage, and the word fuck wasn't even a swear word till around about World War I. But it was being.
No. I mean, No, the Marquis de Sade uses that word all the time. What are you talking about?
It's in Shakespeare.
Yeah. And the founders fuck used to just mean to work something vigorously. That's all it meant for a long time. And in World War I, apparently that's when it started to be used more as a slang swear word. And then since World War I, my goodness, the applications of the word fuck are practically infinite.
I don't know for sure, but I know a fair amount of the etymology of English. And I have a speculative answer, and I think it possibly may go back as far back as the invention of the cannonball or the musket ball.
Oh, wow.
And being of sufficient courage to charge in against that type of munitions. But as I say, that's a very speculative answer based on my general knowledge of English etymology.
I actually would think that it has to do with. Oh, sorry. I actually would think that it has to do with the fact that balls are called balls because they literally look like little balls. I mean, they're like, right? There's some meditation balls or whatever, but they literally look like balls, and so. I guess that's why I think they're called that to begin with. But certainly throughout history, I think that the Celts were known for doing it when they were berserking, or because they had a real similar thing to the whole Viking berserkers. But then also the Egyptians were known to do it when they had.
Do you mean the Celts or do you mean the Picts?
Picts, technically speaking, I suppose. The Picts. They would go into battle naked. I know that the Egyptians in their magical realms, like because ancient Egypt had all kinds of sorcery and things like that going on, and one of the ways that they would determine who was the superior sorcerer was basically to stand naked facing each other with huge erections, and whoever lost it first was the loser. Right. So I could imagine that from like, if that was what you were encountering, you might say that somebody had some big balls to do a thing, because you were literally dealing with them in a naked sense, right?
So,
In a battle format.
in case you didn't know, avocado translates to testicle.
It is, though, isn't it? I mean, technically speaking, on that part of the tree.
I think it's because of the shape.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it does
But
kind
that's
of look that way.
it's a good point that you make on the naked in battle, because yes, that's got a lot of feasibility to it. Did you want to say something, Dev or Mike? Because I have another speculative answer. It's got more to do with rural origins. When we started raising cattle and other domestic animals, and we were trying to breed them for specific traits. And if you were trying to sell a specific animal for its breeding potential, you might draw attention to its genitalia. But as I said, highly speculative.
We never got around to feeding you Rocky Mountain oysters, did we?
Me?
You
Or him.
tried to, but I already knew what they were.
Okay.
I mean, I know what they are, but I've never tasted them, but I'd like to.
You see, I had the good sense to marry. She's just got up, so she will be sitting next to me directly. But I had the good sense to marry somebody who is not going to let me eat cows' testicles without knowing it.
Aside
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
from this talk about balls, does she have any gall anymore?
She hasn't had the operation yet. No, she
Okay,
does
so she
still
still
have
has
her
gall
gallbladder.
left in her.
Yes, she still has enough gall for both of us.
And I know that apparently Rocky Mountain oysters are supposed to be very rich in flavor. One year at Sturgis, the campground that we were at, some of the bikers that were just a few campsites up the way from us would come down at night and like just kind of drink and party and hang out with us in our area. And one of them was I guess I don't know, what do you call it? Like a butcher, like somebody who works in a charnel house, killing the cows and eviscerating them and doing all of the stuff, right? That's what he and I think his family did. And he said that he was very familiar with it, and that is basically his favorite part of the animal to eat because the meat is so rich. Like, I didn't believe him at first, so I asked him a whole bunch of very pointed questions about it and made him describe it in depth and detail, such that I felt satisfied that he wasn't trying to take the piss out of me.
Well, interestingly enough, one of my favorite meats is tongue. Now, I like it, and
What does that taste like?
Exiled just, yeah, her reaction is exactly the same as yours, Rob. It's like the nose wrinkles, and it's like,
Is it like calamari? Is it chewy? Like
it is fibrous. It is chewy,
rubbery.
and it is slightly rubbery, yes. But it is delicious. So I suppose on reflection, I guess as long as it didn't look like a nad, I would be fine with it. But if it looked like a nad, I would probably feel the same about putting that in my mouth as I would an eyeball, and I would be expecting a horrible pop, and that would just churn my stomach.
I'm pretty sure that they actually take the gonads out of the scrotum, and then that itself is what they fry up.
Yes, but it's still globular.
That's killing me.
So the best served Rocky Mountain oysters that I've seen are actually butterflied like shrimp. So they don't take the same shape as that kidney bean shape that they usually would be in, and so it's a little bit easier on the eyes. country fried, some good, sriracha mayo on it. You'll be okay.
Sriracha mayo sounds good. Like, period.
Yeah, I think if you were to dice them up and sort of saute them to seal in the flavor and then put them into a stew, maybe.
I feel
Rob's
like
losing
that's
it.
more worrisome, to be honest. I would rather literally cut the thing myself and eat it, sort of like a brain, right? I remember when I went to Peru, I was at a meat market in Peru, and they actually had cow brains just sat out that you could buy, like here's the cow brain, here's the cow tongue, here's, some other part of the side of beef or whatever. And it was just there. Then they'd scoop it up and put it in a thing and people go away. But I mean, I feel like if you cut it up and you put it into something, it's sort of like when you, at Thanksgiving, when you take the liver and you try to cut it into little pieces and sneak it into the gravy. And then you're eating your gravy and you get this bite of this weird meaty piece that.
See, that's the only way I can eat liver.
Yeah, I've tried liver a few times in some different ways, and every time I have not liked it. It's on like the list of 7 things that I don't like. So liver is actually one of them.
I'm sure Paul will confirm this, but liver and bacon is actually quite popular as a dish here.
Oh, and they eat this thing in Britain. They eat this thing in Britain. What the hell are they called? Basically, Brian, I'll describe it, and then you'll tell me the name of it. It's basically little hockey pucks of pig's blood.
That's called black pudding, and it is
Black
delicious.
pudding. Thank you. How is fucking blood pudding? I mean, Jesus. What the fuck? How do you?
I don't know.
2 words.
I would taste it, and I'm a little sad that when I was there, I didn't taste it. I kind of want to taste it.
The only thing that I can cite here is heritage. I was eating it from such an early age. I do not remember my first reactions to it. And it could just be that it was, but I was kept on giving it. So, we had a, how can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat kind of mentality. When I was a kid. So if I didn't clean my plate, then I wasn't getting ice cream. So I probably just developed a taste for it. But then avocado, I hated as a kid. And I knew I hated it. But as an adult, I tried it and I loved it. I love avocados now. So your taste buds do change. But I think with black pudding, yeah, I think it's exposure at such an early age. I don't remember it. But I think it's delicious.
Normally the show has to be going on for like 4 or 5 hours before we've got to this point. So I think we're doing very well tonight. We talked about balls and pig's blood and all sorts.
The next thing, can I just ask you guys one of the things that I keep seeing go around, kind of going back to politics or whatever a little bit. I'm flabbergasted that people actually seem to believe that people like Mike Pence are pedophile Satanists or string together other crazy, super extreme, like, what? I don't understand where this idea that the deep state are like Satanist pedophiles, whatever's, like baby killers or eaters, like cannibals. There's another one. Like, what? Where is that coming from? And how do people believe that?
Well, they believed it about Clinton and Pizzagate and all of that malarkey. So all you do is you just flip the actor and repeat the lie.
There's a thing called the blood libel that you must be aware of, Sister Danger. No?
I don't think so.
The blood libel is an anti-Semitic slur against Jews, basically saying that they eat babies. I mean, this is an ancient anti-Semitic based thing we're talking about. This doesn't come from nowhere, right? So to secondarily answer your point in a more, I suppose, speculative way, I mean, other than maybe pedophilia, cannibalism is probably one of the worst, or necrophilia. Cannibalism is probably one of the worst things that you could say, hey, you wouldn't believe what I did, but, you know, so.
Yeah, what was that first point you made, Paul?
The blood libel.
Yeah.
The blood libel, the Jewish blood
Yes,
libel.
the attack against the Jews. You can point the finger of blame to the Catholic Church for that one, because they were, yeah, they were the ones in the Middle Ages that started the caricatures with the big hook nose and, you know, that typical sort of Fagin stereotype.
Right.
And it was also popularized in fiction because it was an easy character to hate. So it just sort of developed, and unfortunately it's remained in the zeitgeist, and it's an easy go-to when you want to stick somebody in a universally rejected other category.
I guess it just seems like such a. I mean, maybe I could see how people could fall prey to that in a more superstitious, inquisition, and where actually the peasants in the fields were probably super starving people, right? Like maybe I could see how it's like back then, but these days, like
no.
What?
Yeah, no, just no.
You live in a country where people give millions and millions and millions of dollars to preachers to play with rattlesnakes. I mean, the uneducated, non-skeptic, completely misled, following nonsense and holy holies, and that's very deeply American.
I'm so sad that you reminded me of that, because you're right, and now I want to cry.
There's also a lot of precedent set in the Old Testament and Torah when it comes to the way that the Jews waged warfare on other children of the Elohim, shall we say. They would literally go in there and kill everybody, including the children.
Well, that's like typical of war for.
It is typical of war, yes. But
those don't kill you a slave.
Like you have to, lest their families seek revenge. So
and in cultures that I'm aware of, certainly in Asia, anywhere where cannibalism is a thing, Sister Danger, to go back to that, the ultimate victory over your opponent is to kill him and then eat him and make him part of you.
Yeah, there's actually a whole who was the man? Maybe not Polynesian. So I don't think. But yes, definitely over there in the Asia area, somewhere on an island. Indonesia. Yeah, like there was a dude who like ate over 200 people or something like that, right? And sorry, guys, I'm done.
There's an interesting addition to that as well. In a lot of these cannibal cultures, particularly the ones in South America, to be selected for sacrifice and being eaten was considered a high honor. And they used to lavish these people for sometimes a day, sometimes a week. They used to they literally lived the best life possible before going up for that sacrificial slaughter. So when it comes to cannibalism, we have to be very careful as to exactly how we describe it, because not all cultures have it rooted in the same origins.
That's definitely so. I find issues like this interesting, and like dialing it back a bit for the sake of not losing every viewer by talking about cannibalism for half an hour. No, but like I've made this point before. corporal punishment in say 400 or 500 years ago in Europe. They'd have the thumb screws, the rack. They'd put you on these beams that are shaped like this, so your genitals are on this massive wooden beam that's pointing, and they put weights on your ankles, and you have to sit there for a number of hours as punishment. And of course, we all heard of stockades and stuff like that. There was all kinds of different corporal punishment back in the day. And the reason I bring it up is because those people consider themselves civilized. All right. So we always have to question our own level of civilization,
I don't understand why,
or not.
Put your mic in your face. Bring your mic down.
How's that?
Yay.
Yay. Okay, so I was saying, I don't see what's wrong with a good old-fashioned once you beat your opponent, instead of like putting them on the rack or eating them, just, force them to submit by fucking them up the ass.
That happened too.
Yeah. Yeah, why is that something that we left behind? I mean...
behind.
Yes, I'm sure there are those that would make the argument with plenty of anecdotes that we haven't.
Oh, rough. And true. We laugh because it's funny, and we laugh because it's true.
So I've just looked it up, and if we want to send Sister Danger some Rocky Mountain oysters, there's a place called the Barking Frog, very close to her, that will deliver through DoorDash.
If you guys do that, and you do that on a show day, I will literally eat them live here, and you can get my live react to eating the Jungle package of a bowl.
That's a show I'd watch.
I mean, like, I guess Kyrnis will love it, because I'll be putting balls in my mouth, so
I don't know that I can find a place in New Jersey, Rob, but I'll look.
There used to be a place, actually not far from me. They closed a couple of years ago.
I'll do the same thing though with that blood pudding too, because that actually sounds interesting. So I bet I could.
Rob, you're actually a chef, so you should be able to do something quite interesting with them.
No, I'm wondering who hurt Sister Danger.
Who hurt me? What do you mean? I don't understand.
I know what he means. Who hurt you to the extent that you are prepared to actually chow down on a male's testicles? Is that right, Rob?
On the live internet.
So, Paul,
it's supposed to be a food. I'm not, like, I would never do that to a live person. I mean, not under any normal circumstances, I suppose. Like, if I was trying to escape from torture or something, I would probably do whatever, like go to any extreme. If I was like held captive and being beaten or something like that, but like in normal everyday life, that's a cruel and horrible thing to do. I mean, maybe if they pay you like $3,000 or something, you can step on their testicles with high heels. I hear some men like that. I don't get it, but whatever, like, whatever. I can definitely find high heels for, that I'll go stepping with, but I also don't go and seek that thing. So.
And let's bear in mind, we are talking Lavash, the cow, not human male's testicles here.
Well, I actually thought that I actually am the blood pudding thing, like way back when you were talking about that, to get off the topic of silliness here. But I find the ingestion of animal blood, because they do it too in Africa, where they will bloodlet a cow into the cow's own milk. Then they shake that up, and this becomes a thing that they actually just drink. And it is, and I am curious about that, because one of the reasons that humans you're not supposed to eat human brain is because it causes lesions in our own brain if we eat the brains of other humans. And this is why in some shamanic traditions where they would cannibalize, that they then go crazy, is because if you consistently do that over time. So I find but I thought too, if humans drink human blood, or maybe just blood at all, that it was quite bad on our systems and bad in our guts for us and would make us sick to do so. So I'm surprised about the blood pudding thing, I guess, a little bit, because I thought that was a thing that we couldn't really very easily do.
Well, here's the thing: that there is a difference between just drinking blood straight out of the cat, as it were, and actually processing it into a sausage. When it's processed into a sausage, you get all sorts of alterations to the proteins and the way the fats are held, etc. So it does change it as a food. You're not, with a sausage, you're not literally just cutting open a cow and sucking down like a vampire bat.
I wonder if that is why they mix it with, because I know that certainly the whole mixing it with the milk is, at least in the African tribes, is and I always hate saying that, African tribes, like Africa is just like, this one big tribe of people, right? Like what? I wish I could be more specific and say like the Zulu tribes or something, but I don't remember. But also, Unwoken One, canned escargot sounds absolutely utterly disgusting. I've had escargot on more than one occasion. It was really super delicious. But out of a can, I mean, gross. Like, ugh.
It's like gas station sushi.
Yeah, a little bit.
So, Paul, the plan is when we both get our vaccines, you, me, and a guy from the chat named CRB Vegas are all going to go to the Buckhorn Exchange, and that's where we're going to get our Rocky Mountain oysters, because they're like 4.4 out of 5 stars.
Wow. Well, I will do that, Michael, only because you suggest it. But I haven't let oysters, to me, are kind of like liver, except liver's definitely worse. But the one time I had oysters, I had a kind of experience which I found unpleasant. It was beyond not liking the taste. Let's just put it that way. I got like grossed out from my bones all the way out to my skin. It was this like weird thing that happened to me. It was really weird. But that was probably 50 years ago. And I know your taste buds changed several times over your lifetime. So I'm always open to trying anything again even if I've previously tried it and thought, no, yeah, except for liver. When I had liver, I promised myself I would never let it pass my lips again unless it was post-apocalypse and I had to eat something.
Okay. So the whole brain thing that Sister Danger was talking about, it is illegal in the United States to sell blood products and brain products for consumption. Bratwurst in America has no brain meat in it, but the German root of the word bratwurst is brain meat. So what we do with our meat here in America, in order to make it taste like brains, we season it, we add the beef and the pork together to try to approximate what it would be like if you were actually eating brains, but it's fake. All American bratwurst is fake. There's
I wonder why that is. I wonder what the precedent for that is.
We don't like communicable diseases like mad cow. But
that seems...
we don't sell blood products. We used to. Down in Louisiana, we had this product called boudin. It's a type of sausage where they used to take the blood and boil rice into it and have the rice soak up all the nutrients from the blood, all the protein and everything. They would stuff that into a sausage with some seasoning. Now, boudin is basically an approximation of what that would taste like. They take beef and pork, and they just grind it to the closest thing you could get to blood, and then they add that to the rice. But we can't have any blood or brain.
Puree the meat, basically.
The thing about humans eating other humans' brains, The prion disease that is local to the human species is Creutzfeldt-Jakob's disease, and it's communicable if you eat somebody else's brain. So among cannibalistic societies, that's why their elders were going crazy, because they come across that one person that had it, and then
That's not what I'm referring to, though. I'm not actually
Kreutz-
referring to something that's communicable. I'm referring to. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna throw in Creutzfeldt-Jakob is the official name of one of the mad cow diseases.
yeah.
So, can I bring up a totally different topic, or are we like done being serious for the night?
No, please.
No,
Please.
go ahead. Be serious.
Okay, so I watched, so our Jack here on the channel, I watched that, I don't know, a couple of the videos that he posted, but I think that in our chat, but the one that I'm specifically referring to was a talk about, I touched on a little bit earlier with a surveillance state, right? And so, and the concern that what has happened on the 6th will lead to an increasing surveillance state, like justification for the government to, be more up in our private business. And this led to a discussion here last night because I started thinking about it. And so everybody stand back because I was thinking about that, right? Because I would argue that we're already in, I mean, with Alexa, with our webcams, with our cell phones, with all of the security that's just, regular security cameras everywhere and traffic cameras, like that, we are already in that place. And we only have the illusion, the perception that we're not. And I don't know that I can be convinced away from the fact that I think it will only become more and more that way as technology continues to advance, because nothing is going to stop the march of technology, just sheer technological invention, not necessarily for this purpose, but as technology becomes, more prolific, et cetera, one of the side results of that will be that a surveillance state is going to be so easy to do, right, and so impossible to stop that it will simply become the way that the world is. And if you happen to poke your head up, it'll be super easy to find you, super easy to, like, there's more laws than anybody could ever know. So somebody is always breaking a law somewhere. They never know it. And it'll be super easy to. So with that said, right, the thing that is supposed to protect us from that is privacy laws, right? The privacy laws are what's supposed to be our shield against retribution from the government and or society in our work. But if we can't get away from that, are we taking the wrong approach to continue trying to avoid or trying to maintain this sense of privacy? Is that the wrong approach? Because ultimately it's not going to be possible, period. Regardless of whether or not we perceive that it's possible, it won't actually be possible. And so if we just continue to pretend like that's what's happening, are we not detrimenting ourselves? Should we not be taking a different approach or looking at it? Do you see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I know exactly where you're going. I worked in the IT industry for, well, I still like to think that I still do, but technically I've been retired 10 years. But yes, the march of technology is something that's going to happen. And already you have people who are voluntarily and paying vast sums of money to have various experimental implants put into their bodies. So it is ultimately inevitable. But there is some utility to it. Now, thanks to the GPS location that's built into cell phones, they have an awful lot of data that they can use to bring in a lot of people that breach the Capitol on the 6th. So what it boils down to is having sufficient faith and trust in your government that it's not going to abuse those powers, which is where I think you mentioned privacy laws. One thing that you can guarantee as a result of the last 2 weeks of the Trump presidency, there will be new laws, new legislation to come out of it. And it will be with a view to preventing something like what happened on the 6th ever happening again, either in DC or in any of the other states. So it'll be something that's at a federal level. But one thing that we know, sure as eggs is eggs, when you formalize that level of social manipulation, shall we call it, social control, then inevitably it ends up being used inappropriately. You look at some of the yeah. So okay, obviously you know where I'm going with that, so I'll just skip on to the last bit, which is when your legislatures are considering follow-up action, yeah, on this, they need to think long and hard about the wording and what it is they are actually going to do with the appropriate safeguards, yeah. And they're going to have to do it in such a way as the American public is going to have confidence in it not being used against them
Okay,
inappropriately.
so this is what I'm saying though. Isn't it worth considering whether or not, because like Tommy just said in the comments, he was like, it's a green light to less freedom, right? But that's if you approach this from the angle that that you have to keep taking away, I guess, in order to keep order, right? What if the angle that is approached is instead of things becoming more illegal, what if we approached it from the things of the angle of legalizing tons of things that are currently illegal, right? Because the real purpose of privacy laws is to prevent the individual from suffering negative repercussions, right? Socially or legally, like from the government. But you don't suffer negative repercussions from, socially is different, okay? But you don't suffer negative repercussions from the government if you're not doing anything wrong. But if we look at the kinds of things that, I mean, it's wrong to jaywalk, right? So if they wanted to find something against you in a surveillance state, then they could be like, okay, well, let's just find an instance of this, and there it will be wrong, and then we can like cause a bunch of trouble for them that they never even knew, right? And so I wonder if the real solution is not to make more laws to protect our privacy, but actually to get rid of laws that make things illegal, which currently are illegal, and instead legalize them, thereby eliminating the things that you would get in trouble for if you had no privacy. And they could just be like, I'm going to look in on you today and see what you're doing. Oh, you're doing fat lines of coke and some hookers and whatever. Well, that's not illegal anymore, so it doesn't matter, right? Because right now it would. Like, what other argument is there for why we think we should have privacy laws other than that?
Well, I'm not even gonna. I can't answer that because you made like it's about 8 points I wanted to answer before it. So that's all right. But what you were just saying reminds me of something that I was taught literally in school. That one of the greatest things about American democracy was our free and open society. That politicians could shop in the same shops I shop in. That we can walk in and out of the Capitol without having to pass security gates and armed guards and blah, blah, blah. Our free and open society was literally one of the crowning jewels of American democracy as it was sold to me when I was a kid. Don't know how true it was. That was definitely the social programming at the time. That was certainly what we were encouraged to think, and for most of my adult life too. And so, and I actually, whether I'm a product of brainwashing or whether I've just thought about it a lot, I actually think a free and open society is the solution. But it goes back to what Rob was saying a couple of weeks ago about that depends on the people in elected office having some concept of honor. You know, the concept of honor really needs to, and this can't happen by diktat or legislation. This happens in the homes. And that goes back to something else I was saying again weeks ago. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, most of the problems that we have need to be solved how we raise our kids. Go ahead.
There is one bit of legislation that might be useful. I don't know how viable it is. It probably isn't. It's probably dead on the starting block. But if you were to simply make it illegal for people in elected office to tell demonstrable lies to their electorate, then I think you could at least make a start on that problem.
That's
And see that doesn't sound like a sacrifice of free speech, because the speech you're talking about is specific to politicians who owe us integrity, and you know, I mean, that's, you know, but the in the American concept of free speech, that just doesn't work.
Well, one of the problems
but-
with anytime it comes to, just real quick, if I can, one of the big issues that anytime it comes to the idea of lying is proving that the person is lying, because at least in our legal system, like, this is why perjury doesn't come up hardly at all, because part of proving that somebody is lying is proving that they know that they're doing it. So if I just didn't know, if you told me a lie but I believed that lie was the truth, and then went on to say it over and over and over again, and even under oath to say that, as long as I believed I was telling the truth, I am not perjuring myself, even if the thing I'm saying is in fact demonstrably not true. So that is a huge.
Well, one of the words was demonstrable.
Exactly. That was written into it. And being an elected official, you would be in a position to be briefed on that thing about which you are about to speak.
Which
Well,
hasn't in practice affected our president from denying the fact, even though he's been confronted with facts. He just denies them.
Yeah. Right.
And then continues to lie.
Right. And so I think that in order for what you're saying to actually be able to occur, Badger, is that literally there would have to be laws or some kind of sanctions against saying the things that are on the no say list. Sort of like, you can't say, I bet you they won't play this song on the radio, like, you can't say this and you can't say that. If something was proven demonstrably false, it would have to go on to the list of things that you can't say in public as a politician. And that is scary to me,
But here's the thing. It is limited to elected officials. It is limited to the demonstrably false. It takes into consideration the fact that as elected officials, they are duty bound to be briefed on the things about which they're about to speak. So there is a chain of accountability when it comes to pinpointing where the fact checking goes wrong. And lastly, it's gone. Carry on, Rob.
It's kind of like saying last month job creation was up 100% when it wasn't. And that's something that can be demonstrably proven. So you, as a politician looking to get votes, have just lied to your constituents, looking to preserve your power. And now you've broken the law. Now, it's not like now that thing that was said, it can't be put on a list, because the following month it might be true. So it's a case by case thing. It's not like, oh, you said a thing and you're not allowed to say that thing. It's more of a, you told a lie and you're not allowed to lie.
Yeah, as Paul was saying, yeah, the democratic system relies on the public having faith in the integrity of its politicians. Now, over the last couple of generations, last few decades, it's demonstrable that politicians have lied and lied consistently on fairly important topics. So if we cannot have faith in their inherent integrity, then as the people, we are put into the position whereby we have to enforce integrity upon our elected officials. And it is explicit to elected officials.
I just can't get away from a very wag the dog, and like it was just said, Vegas just said, we've always been at war with East Asia, right? So, I mean, I guess
I hear you. I just wanted to say about specific to elected officials. Therefore, it doesn't need to be a law. It could be a code of conduct that is legally enforced. It doesn't have to be considered legislation against, a law that's
like the oath that they
There we
take
go.
for office.
There we go. Part of the oath.
Well, part of the oath, but again, that we have, unfortunately, and I know everyone here doesn't fit into this category, but we have unfortunately entered an era which has lasted for some time. I mean, the alternative facts era. Kellyanne Conway tried to get away with that in the first week of the Trump presidency, and even though they didn't let her use that phrase again, it's functionally been going on over and over and over again the entire way through the Trump presidency. So there has been a war on truth, man, and there really has, and facts. Unfortunately, we should all be able to agree on a fact. We should all be able to agree that fire is hot, for example, right? But hot compared to what? Compared to an ice cube or compared to the sun? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, do we really have to have that argument, right? Fire's hot to me, right? That's the thing, right? But certain things are facts, and generally speaking, reality is the facts that we all agree on. That's reality. And what's happened over the past few years is there's less agreement, and our realities have diverged in here, but not out here. And we need to unify those two things. We need to unify our perception of reality with what we can observe.
I think part of that is we don't get our facts from the same source anymore.
Exactly.
There is no common source for facts that is agreed upon. So you have people believing two completely different narratives. But what I find the biggest irony of it is the people on the right would say, don't legislate what truth is, because then you're going to tell us what the truth is and enforce it. We need free speech. If people are lying, then let the free market decide who the liars are and out them socially. Then what happens is we have our social media platforms decide Trump's a big fat liar, and it's so dangerous that he could start an insurrection by lying on our platform. They kick him off, and they still yell, free speech. You're violating his free speech by kicking him off your platform. And it's like, no, you're not, for one. But like they're still not happy with the free market saying this guy's lies are too much for our platform anymore.
That's because they don't actually believe they're bullshit. They don't. They just want to, they just think that it sounds superior to what they see as our bullshit. They think our bullshit sounds like bullshit, and they don't realize their bullshit doesn't sound like bullshit to them. It just sounds like bullshit to me, and blah blah blah. But
I agree.
It's to me, it's a lot of, are you crying now because you advocated for companies to be able to do business with whoever the hell they want to, and then they didn't want to do business with you?
Yes, because look at the Satanic Temple, right? Literally going here, there, and all around the United States, and going to elementary schools where you have churches handing out, little copies of the New Testament to little elementary kids. And they're like, hey, we want to come hand out our, Baphomet coloring book. And they lose their shit. They're like, ow. And it's so incredibly important to them to stop that from happening that they will give up their own right to hand out little Bibles. Right. So they're not about the things they say they're about. Right. If these people were really about the things they say they're about, we wouldn't have like fucking 50% of the laws that we have. We'd be way more like just not liberal in the democratic or anything, just like in the sense of the word that people can do stuff, and you don't have, the prohibition looking over you going, you can't chew tobacco and don't drink and all of these things happening, right? People be able to do whatever they want, and not somebody telling you, you can't have an abortion and you can't have assisted suicide and you can't do all this stuff. Like if they were really about their own freaking philosophy, none of that would be a question. They would be concerned about it within their own little churchy circle, and that would be the end of it. Right? If they were truly about what they say, but they're not. Like so provably true. Just, I'm sorry, I ranted right there. I'm sorry. I'm done.
So, Rob, how do you feel about the domino effect that happened when Twitter decides to ban Donald Trump and then everyone else follows suit? And Amazon kicks Parler off of their web services.
Yeah, it's amazing. As soon as one of them decides that it's safe enough to take a stand, others follow suit. It's kind of like, I'm not going to go until, the other guy goes.
Did you see it as a coordinated effort to suppress someone's free speech?
No, I saw it as cowardice.
Cowardice for 4 years up until the very last minute.
Yeah, because they had to wait for somebody to go first. None of them were going to be the first one to pull the trigger. One of them had to be pushed into it, and that someone was Twitter, which, all things considered, it's one of the big two. Facebook and Twitter, would be the big two. So being that it was Twitter, that's enough to push everybody else to just go with it. Coordinated? No. Violation of free speech? No. But cowardice.
Yeah.
I've always felt it was cowardice for the last 4 years, having to hear about what the president tweeted about, but knowing that half of the things got slapped with, this is only up because it's part of like the official record of what this politician said, but usually we would take this shit down. So everything had this tag on it. And then by the end of his term, those tags were getting really serious. Like, these are blatant lies about the election. This is a lie. This, like, blatantly saying this is a lie on the tag, right? And the whole time they're like, oh, well, they're putting those tags on what I say. That's against my free speech.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and it became very much like
my speech being a lie by calling me out for lying. You're then affecting my ability to have free speech because people can't have my lie delivered to them without having the attached disclaimer.
Right. I mean, and also in a way, it was almost treated like the warning labels on records, right? The parental guidance label. So, but the thing is that, and it's what I always tell everybody: companies never do anything unless they're looking at what their perception of their bottom line, and it's just like I remember I always bring up when Don Imus got fired. Don Imus didn't get fired because NBC wanted to stifle free speech, or that NBC particularly cared about the stupid shit he said. They did it because their advertisers were getting boycotted, and their advertisers said, "Hey, if you continue with this, we're going to pull our money up because it's affecting our bottom line." So NBC says, "Oh, we're not going to let our bottom line get affected," and so then they pulled them. So that's, again, I laugh because the right wing is always talking, and particularly libertarians always talk about the free market and that, well, you don't need government regulation, and you don't need government action to do this, that, and the other thing because the free market will take care of it. And then when the free market actually does, if it does it against them, they cry foul.
what about the free market? What has really pissed me off over the past 5 years on YouTube is that there are some people who, when they get demonetized, they cry foul and say, "You're affecting my free speech by demonetizing me because I can't get paid to say my opinion anymore." But the effect that it had on all the rest of us YouTubers was advertisers seeing them have their ads against their speech pulled back their spending on YouTube. So I got paid less for not even having the same opinions as those guys. It affected all of us, them having this sense of entitlement to getting paid for their opinion.
Right.
Well, the other thing that pissed me off about that
on YouTube, man, there was a lot of people saying nasty shit just to get views, and I think that culture on YouTube contributed to the zeitgeist that led up to Trump.
right.
Well, and oh, sorry.
I was going to say the thing that pissed me off about my biggest problem too, or one of my big problems with the apocalypse was that YouTube was disingenuous because I saw videos that got demonetized that still had ads on them. So I felt like, well, you're cheating the person that you said, well, I can't. No one's gonna put ads on your video, so I can. Look, I understand. Look, if YouTube's not getting paid, I totally understand them not paying you, but they were getting paid and not giving you the money, and they're just saying, well, because we, your thing is stretchy or whatever. When there certainly are advertisers that would support practically anything, like I know people who do like historical. Well, Sword Sage, he's been on, he's been on the on this channel. He does stuff about weaponry. Now there are people who advertise who make various weapon stuff that he would do reviews of, and there certainly would. But on the flip side, I do agree with you about as far as the sense of entitlement. I just felt like when YouTube was doing that, and when they were being disingenuous about it, that wasn't really right.
I agree. I wanted to bring a comment from one of our viewers up for discussion.
Okay.
I missed it there. Hang on. I hear this kind of thing a lot, and it seems that CRB Vegas, says a lot of things that I hear a lot on various different parts of the internet. So CRB Vegas, I mean, no disrespect when I say this, but I suggest you spend too much time on the internet. Anyway, the perceived lack of even-handedness. Now the perceived lack of even-handedness, perceived by whom?
Well,
I mean,
is
CRB Vegas speaking for themselves, or do you mean like in the wider society? Because that's awfully presumptuous.
Well,
a lot of this is just back to the comparison of how Black Lives Matter gets treated versus how those Capitol rioters are getting treated. So they're saying that the rhetoric is worse for the Capitol rioters, even though if those rioters were black, they'd been shot, right? That's not even questionable. But I would say I see it in that we had the Chaz, this autonomous zone that by definition is an insurrection of sorts. But instead of like trying to destroy the whole place, they planted their own vegetables, right? Instead of like Confederate flags, they had yoga class.
Right.
There were some bad things that happened with that autonomous zone, but we're not looking to like track down every one of the 1,000 people who are involved in it and arrest them and put them in jail for 20 years. We're really treating it more like a mental health issue, right? We're really soft-handed on that, even though what their rhetoric was insurrection. They did take over a police station. They did put up a little boundary.
No, they didn't. The police did that.
Police left.
The police left their own police station, and then they put up a wall around it, and then they were there every night, like instigating from the other side of it.
Thank you very much for saying so too, because
Thank you. Well, that's the thing. I mean, for instance, this idea that the left gets away with more on Facebook and Twitter is not accurate, easily not accurate, because I know tons of people, myself included, when we have turned in things that we thought violated the terms of service and were hate speech, that we were told that no, it's not. However, the same people shared one of those memes and then made a comment on it, and sometimes the comment was flagged down, or the fact that you shared a video that was supposed, well, you shared a video that was hate speech. I'm like, well, then how come you didn't take down the video in the first place? You took me down, but not the one who posted it the first time. So this idea that the right wing gets treated worse is a lie. I mean, basically, it's that people, we talk about bubbles. There's we all have bubbles to a degree. But the right wing bubble is more bubble-ish than the left wing bubble is. So that's that. So sure, it's kind of like when we talk about like evangelical Christians and they live in their communities where everyone's a Christian, and so of course they talk about Christianity stuff constantly because they're not, it's not going to be a problem because everybody's a Christian. And then if they go into a space where not everybody's Christian and someone says, "Hey, chill out about the Christian thing," and then they all get bent out of shape. Oh, you're attacking me. It's like, well, no, we're trying to have respect for everybody, you included, and you're not, we're not letting your thing dominate the space just the way we're not letting anybody else's thing dominate the space.
I wanted to say earlier, I'm sorry, I should let this I don't want
to. Go ahead.
The whole free market thing earlier, I found a little interesting because my mom lives in Maine, and rural Maine is kind of like rural Washington, where it's just a lot of red. And so she has all, her friends on Facebook. A lot of them are just, MAGA hats. And one of them goes on, he's always posting like the most annoying, stupid memes that they're not true. And I commented on one of them about mask wearing or whatever, and kind of gotten this back and forth about businesses and this, that, and the other. And it's like, oh, well, this is killing mom and pop's businesses and this, that, and the other. And I kind of had reached this point, and I said, you know what? Like, less griping, more innovating about how to solve the problem, because that's what free market capitalism is. If your mom and pop businesses don't figure out how to use Uber and DoorDash and Grubhub and all of the things, and they don't figure out how to set up a pop-up tent in the outside with a heat lamp so they can have outdoor dining and space their tables apart, then they are going to die, because that's what happens in capitalism, is the people that can't keep up die off. And that's what you guys love. So there's your capitalism for you. And they were like, well, but no. And I didn't really get that. Right? I was like, but this is what you're always on about, is how let the market choose. I'm like, if they can't figure out how to keep up, then what will happen is places that can do, and then customers will take their money there. That's where they'll go, choose to spend their money. Right? Sorry, go ahead.
I know Brian was saying, I just want to just, if you don't mind, Brian, just to piggyback on what Amy just said. There was an article that came out about 2 years ago where, and I've had a lot of negative things to say about millennials. However, this article was particularly attacking millennials over the fact that your retail stores were doing badly and heading toward bankruptcy. And it basically said, well, millennials don't shop there, so basically it says millennials are killing the mall. And I said, well, it's unfair because everybody is going to Amazon, everyone's doing the online thing, so maybe millennials do it more than the rest of us, so maybe they're doing a bigger stab, but we're all stabbing those stores.
They're just better at it. They're better at all that technological stuff.
But the thing is that basically. I said that's the whole thing, is that the stores, those stores are not adapting. And he even said that in the article, that they're not adapting. It's like, well, this is what again, it was written by someone who was right wing, who was basically trying to attack millennials, because obviously millennials tend to be liberal, and basically saying, oh, well, see, they're killing off stores. Like, well, no, this is the fucking world you asked for. This is what you fucking asked for.
Yeah, I mean, they responded and they literally said that. Like, well, why do we have to change how we do business? Well, that's what?
Right.
You really know what the words mean that you use? Huh?
Well, it is though, because that's what free market capital. The ones that people who don't want government regulation, and the people who don't who basically say that the free market can handle it all. That's the logical outgrowth of what they're supporting. Whether they know that or not is irrelevant. That's the result.
So back to what CRB Vegas is saying about the even-handedness. I'd say that I want to treat some of these QAnon supporters like they have a mental health issue. Rather than locking them up for 20 years for insurrection, I really want to maybe try to help them, like we do people, who would start their own Chaz in cities, that are probably getting other sorts of help right now.
Michael, how can I get you to run for office in Colorado, man? We need to get you in the House.
I would agree with that.
There might be an opening shortly, but I don't want to move
if
up
I was
to
a Coloradan, I'd vote for you, Mike.
Well, thank you.
What were you going to say, Brian? You've been waiting for ages.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick point about the left-right divide. Now, even the staunchest conservative here, at least publicly facing, supports single-payer healthcare. So, by those standards alone, any politician in the United Kingdom here would be left by US standards.
Well, at least on that issue.
Yeah.
At least on that issue. Yeah. But having an issue where they are absolutely grand and fine and publicly supportive of a socialist program, just the very word socialist program sends people's hairs up their back, and weird sort of slippery roads to communism and all of that rubbish.
Well, that's because Americans don't know the difference between any of those things. They don't know what the words mean.
Yeah. So it's, as a Brit sitting here listening to you guys chatting about the left-right divide, I'm thinking to myself, what freaking divide? You're all right fucking wing over there.
Well, on those issues, but I mean, the right wing in your country is still into the xenophobia, still into the military adventurism. So,
but then even when it comes to free market capitalism, okay, I mean, you were talking about survive and thrive or meet your demise, yeah, and that's the free market capitalism in action.
Well, which doesn't work, by the way. But.
And yet you have the likes of, for example, Richard Branson and various heads of banks and other CEOs of multinational corporations. And I know Richard Branson's a Brit, but he's heavily operates out of the US. Yeah, Virgin. Everything Virgin is Richard Branson.
Mm-hmm.
And yet he puts in for relief funding, because he's supposedly too big to fail. Now, that is not free market capitalism.
No,
and that's the way capitalism operates at the top of the chain, boys and girls.
Right.
Well, see, that's part of the problem here, though, is that our free market capitalists are free market capitalists until they need help from the government, and then all of a sudden they go crying, and they're all of a sudden socialists when they need it.
They're the biggest socialists of all, kind of like the royal family. The royal family is the richest welfare family in Britain, right? And that's just true. In my way of looking at it.
No, you're absolutely right. They actually do receive funding through exactly the same channels as the rest of us. It's just a much larger amount.
Yeah, I did have a point about what you were saying earlier, Brian, but I've actually lost my train of thought. Can you refresh my memory what you were just saying?
The left-right divide and how the whole United States is right-wing by global standards.
Sure. When I lived in the UK, the only politician, I mentioned this before in the Breakfast Club, so for those of you who've heard it before, I apologize. But I mean, the only politician I've ever in my life had actual respect for was Tony Benn. All right. And I consider myself as kind of a Tony Benn socialist because I saw him one time be interviewed. And one of the things he said is stuck in my mind. And I'm like, yeah, That old dude with the pipe is right, you know, because he was talking about the National Health Service, but he was also talking about how the recently lost public industries of communications, the railroads, the electrical grid, and the gas companies and the water. I mean, all your public utilities, basically, right? And Tony Benn explained at the time that we shouldn't be thinking of these things as businesses to make profit from. These are infrastructure upon which the country depends. And if you change your thinking, and all you have to think is we need healthy infrastructure, the body needs a skeleton. We're not octopi, we're human beings, right? And we need our support structure. And so does society. Society needs to have a strong support structure in order to thrive. And thriving is what everybody should be entitled to, right? I make the argument that, we've made a series of choices in my lifetime that have led to a situation where the lowest people in my society are living on the street and getting beat up every weekend by drunks. I mean, that's the reality for lots of homeless people, right? And we could make a different set of choices, which just meant that the lowest people in our society had just enough money to go on camping with their kids every year. That could be the bottom if we made that level of those kinds of choices. But we haven't made those kinds of choices. And it gets back not only to what I was saying earlier about the integrity of our politicians, but it's also the integrity of the business class. Because unfortunately, I'm going to agree with D.H. Lawrence a little bit here. D.H. Lawrence once said that he prefers an aristocracy to capitalism. Well, I don't. But his point was that the aristocrats at least had been brought up to think that they were supposed to care for the poor. The poor were their responsibility because they lived on your land or whatever, whereas capitalism rewards greed, and greed is one of the ugliest human emotions there is. And so you've got a system that rewards bad behavior. So all by itself, the seeds of its own destruction are right there. So,
sorry, Joe.
I
just quickly wanted to address something that Paul said with regards the loss of the infrastructure to
capitalism.
Capitalism. If you were to call me a socialist, that would be the root of my socialism. There is a distinct difference between infrastructure, the things that cover the basic needs, power, water, the utilities, as
the
you
internet.
mentioned. Communication being another. And yes, the moment that happened in this country, that was the moment at which, personally, a little switch inside me said, "Yeah, okay, we're now heading down a road to disaster." Because this is I just want to finish on this, Joe, and then you can jump in. But in my personal opinion, the decision or the politics between socialism and capitalism isn't an either-or proposition, because from my experience and my intellectual understanding, societies work best when you have capitalism and socialism keeping each other in balance. You've got socialism that's making life viable and giving everybody the same opportunity, the same starting point. And you have capitalism that's providing a means for those with that go-get-'em attitude and the ingenuity to actually make a difference in the world. And I think that we need to get back to that place where we had socialism and capitalism keeping each other in check.
Well, and to your point, Brian, something I was going to make another example of where the supposed free market capitalists are kind of full of crap is that because one of the things that libertarians, and including, I know he's talking about Big L versus Small L. Well, Big L libertarians, I see this every time they have their convention. They make a joke about the roads because we always ask them, well, what about the roads if you don't have the government to do the road, and they point out that there happen to be some private roads in the country, but most of the roads, even the ones that are currently privately operated, were built with government money. And back in the 30s, when the U.S. road systems started getting built, thanks to WPA, when there was the opportunity for private industry to build the roads, because obviously they were going to get the biggest benefit of it, they didn't. They went to the government and said, "Help us, because this is too big of an undertaking. There's too much risk for us, and we'd rather have it be a shared thing because everyone's going to get the benefit." And because like you said, because that's the purpose of collective, any kind of collective activity is to say what things can we do better together that we individually would be too hard or too risky
Or too
big.
That's how you got to the moon, after all.
Exactly. So the thing is that so I know you're trying to defend libertarians, CRB, but at least I've talked to lots of them, and the thing is, even the best of them, they always end up going down a somewhat anarchic road where, the idea that taxism is theft and we don't need the government to do all these infrastructure things, that's what the government's there for. So whether or not they accept it, I mean, people, because everyone wants to believe, their way is flawless or close to flawless, but this is not the case. And I've mentioned before, about the what was it? There's just that idea of that we don't need these things. But the fact of the matter is, the whole court system, the way to get redress. I've had tons of libertarians tell me the way to get redress is a boycott, right? But boycotts don't always work. They usually fail. But the thing is that the way that we delineate force, because the whole that's where I was going. The principle of non-aggression says that you're not to use force against me unless I use force against you, and vice versa. Effectively, it's what it's saying. Well, the thing is that the whole point of law is the reason why we have a legal system is to delineate where those points are, where we are stepping on, we are transgressing one another, and so let's set up a system that we can seek redress. And at least theoretically equal, so that if Mike does the bad thing, or Paul does it, that that the potential redress and the remedy is equal. It doesn't always work out because we're humans and we have bias. But I constantly see libertarians that literally any regulation is anathema to them, and any law is anathema. Anything that prevents them from doing what they want to do, they see as a transgression. But it's not. Laws are there so that we don't try to set up delineation so that we don't transgress one another. And so, to me, if I was a libertarian, I would be in favor. I don't want over the top regulation. I don't want unnecessary regulation. I don't want harmful regulation. But I'd be for a regulation so that this way I don't transgress you and you don't transgress me. And if either of us transgress the other, we have some auspices to remedy that.
Well, libertarians aren't for zero of it, just minimal.
Could I just quickly, I mean, Paul earlier gave a sort of a mind shift scenario, shuttling across the pond like he has. And I'd like to offer another one. Rather than seeing it as, oh shit, it's gone. Carry on. Forgive me, my brain is dying.
That was my understanding of libertarianism, what Joe said. But that understanding that I have there is very rudimentary, right? It's basic.
I remembered what it was.
Wanting for more socialist programs in the world and more public programs is because I have an understanding of critical thinking skills, not to demean libertarians for not having them, but this one particular idea that things don't have to be intuitive. Just because it should work this way doesn't mean it does. So if I want more freedom in the world, that might actually require taxing people a little bit more. And then even though we're taking from them, they might actually get more goods from it. Like when I spend on public education, when I put libraries in the world, all of a sudden we're all richer for having this common commodity that we can all use.
Right.
So it's counterintuitive. We're taking tax money from everybody, but what everybody's getting is an educated public to do business. The smarter everybody is, the easier it is to market to them. Right.
I would also encourage the education agenda, absolutely 100%. But I remembered what it was I wanted to say, and it was a suggestion to the libertarians, in air quotes, scare quotes, whatever. Rather than seeing laws as restrictions on freedoms, consider it a formalization of the informally agreed upon social contract.
Yes.
Yeah, whereby the legislature is a body of the populace that has gotten together and actually agreed, with the help of your vote, that this is acceptable and this is unacceptable conduct within our um, uh, limits, within our confines. And the second thing, when it comes to taxes, may I suggest, rather than seeing it as theft, you do another mental mind shift and seeing it as an investment in your own future.
Right. And
There has to be correlation between. There has to be correlation. The reason it's seen as theft is because there is not a correlation between money that's being taken. People don't see money being taken from them to the results that they want to have it, and therefore they perceive that because there's no accountability for that money that is basically being taken from them and used for all kinds of things that they don't necessarily approve of, right? So
isn't that what committees are for, to decide what to do with the money?
Well, what I'm trying to say is that when you find out that some of your taxes went to golden toilet seats, you feel like your money's being stolen from you, as opposed to I want it to go to education instead of the military, and it went to the military. Not exactly theft, but when you're like, oh, these people get to fly around and stay at resorts and golf, 360 days, 360 days a year or whatever, you're like, where's my tax money going again? Because if you're using Air Force One, it's $100,000 every time that plane goes up. Where does that money come from? Is it necessary for Donald Trump to use that to get to his golf resort?
Oh, well, and that's definitely an issue. I think part of the problem is that we talked about last time. I don't remember if you were in the conversation at the time or not, but there are a lot of things that we have that were built by our tax dollars that people don't even stop to think about. All the parks and the roads and the bridges and all these things. And yet there are wasteful things and there are unnecessary spending, and we should. And obviously, we definitely should do what we can to root it out. Although every organization has waste, the idea is to try to minimize the waste, but and certainly fraud and misuse. But the thing is that we I don't know why we don't see these things. We fixate on the abuses, and then we don't look at the things that were beneficial, or because we're not personally taking advantage of them, even though they're there for us to use, we don't internalize the fact that those things were made for us. Like I said with about roads, because a lot of libertarians tell me, well, they want volunteerism. They want to say, well, I want to believe I'd pay for the roads, but I want to be able to choose to pay for the roads. And I said, well, unless you grow all your food on a compound and you never ever leave, you use the roads, even if you never drive ever, because food got to you. If anything that was delivered to your house came over those roads that you don't want to pay for. That's the reason why, because actually using the roads that were built for all of us in one way or another without paying for them, that is the actual transgression. Taking the taxes is not the transgression. It's using the roads without ponying up your fair share. That's the transgression.
So
go ahead, Mike.
The roads and me bringing up libraries and education, those are things that have long since been decided and we've become accustomed to. And it feels like apples and oranges when I want to make that leap to universal health care. But I will argue that having health care from the VA system for free has given me more liberty, because I can change jobs where I'm a contractor and not have to worry about whether that job offers me health insurance. right? It has
I feel that.
made my life so much better. And I want for everybody else to have that same liberty. The people arguing against that liberty of not having your job tied to your health care are actually arguing in favor of wage slavery, where health care is held over your head. You must go get a job, or and that job has to offer you health care, or you're not going to have good health care.
That's not an accident either, Michael. It's been designed like that.
Jobs that they don't want to work, right?
Oh.
If you are working a job that you don't want to work, you are being compelled to do so for some reason. It could be money, but it could be basic human necessities like healthcare.
Right.
I'd rather all of those decisions come down to just the money aspect and not the housing, food, or healthcare of people. I want everybody to have a level playing field on that so that we can just choose to do the things that we want to do, which would be more liberty.
Right.
And just in this aspect, this socialist idea is a more advanced level of libertarianism.
Okay.
Even further.
And I also want to say to Vegas two things. One, is there some assault on the roads? Yes, they are. Where did I get that from? Watching the actual Libertarian convention. Doug Stanhope, who was a member of the Libertarian Party for a while, he actually went and videotaped, and I've seen other videos of this where there was a big laugh. One of the candidates, said, "Oh, they always like to bring up the roads," and all the libertarians laugh. And he's like, "Well, where we're going, we don't need roads," which of course he's being glib. But yeah, I run into this constantly. There's lots of libertarians who think, because that's the first thing we bring up against libertarians is that, well, we need government for roads. And then as far as that we can't afford it, that's a lie. The reason why they can't afford it is because they don't want it to be taxed. If we had we went back to a more progressive tax system, we actually absolutely have the money for all these things because we have to spend them anyway. Like whether or not the government hauls your garbage away, or you have to pay for a higher private company, you still have to pay to get the garbage away. But it's cheaper for the government to negotiate a contract with hauliers to haul away your garbage than for you for your homeowners association to pay for that. But that's something that seems to be lost on libertarians.
So the insurance companies are rapacious, and their entire existence depends on them denying your claims. If everybody used their health care as much as they could, insurance companies would go out of business. Their whole intent is to charge your money and have you not use the service. Okay? Right. If we only paid into universal health care and all of these insurance companies had to go to other sectors in order to work somewhere else, if they weren't this rapacious middleman between us and our healthcare, we would have better healthcare and we wouldn't pay as much for it.
That's right.
See, this is what I was kind of saying when I was on that whole shtick about the privacy thing, right? Is that the whole, all the, like, we keep trying to protect our privacy to protect us from people. But if we didn't have to worry about that to begin with, in the same way you're saying, like, if we didn't have to worry about food and shelter and healthcare, if we didn't have to worry about being punished from the government or people, we would actually then have more liberty to do whatever we wanted to do. The only reason that's there is so that we're not being punished for breaking the law, right? So if we couldn't be punished for that to begin with, then it wouldn't matter, right? It wouldn't matter what you're going off and doing, that you have to worry about your privacy to begin with. Like that.
So,
and then we can more truly task the government and expect them to do the thing that they're supposed to do, which is actually deal with bad guys and people and build the shit that they're supposed to build, because all of that would just disappear, would be a non-issue.
Amy, that's why we vote in secret. Our ballots have secrecy around them so that we cannot be personally held to task as far as how we voted by, say, our employers or
right, if they couldn't hold you to task for it, is what I'm saying. If they couldn't do that, you wouldn't have to worry about voting in secret. You could just vote, is what I'm saying. If you couldn't be fired for that sort of a thing, if you couldn't...
I'm sorry, I have to jump in now because that's definitely what got to push back on. Voting in secret is a fundamental part of a free and fair election.
Yeah.
Straight.
What makes that true?
If we didn't have to worry about being fired if we said, say, pro-Nazi rhetoric, that would actually infringe on the free speech and freedom of association of the businesses that we work for.
Right.
Then they would have to take every Nazi that wants to work for them and say, well, we can't fire you for, wanting to gas the Jews.
Now, do you remember what happened in the UK a couple of years
Sorry,
ago?
guys. I've been waiting for like 20 minutes, and I wanted to address something Joe said way back when about the social contract and whatever, and it just keeps on taking more and more left turns. The social contract that's implicit that we all depend on. And Brian was saying about making these things explicit in legislation. I think it was you that was saying that, Brian. Anyway, I agree with all that stuff that you were saying, but it also comes down to what we were saying earlier about this disagreement on facts. And it makes me wonder what Rob was asking me yesterday about, did these people who stormed the Capitol last week, did they actually think they were going to succeed? And I'm like, well, yeah, they still think they're going to succeed, man. They still do. And it occurs to me that I've never actually asked the group this question, but let's just try to put ourselves in that headspace. If they did succeed, what is their social contract model? What are they aiming for? What's their actual aim other than to just keep the Republicans in power? Because it can't be that simple. What do they want to change?
I don't even know that it's that they want to keep the Republicans in power. I think they want to keep Trump in power.
Okay, but
the cult of Trump is for Trump.
Well, what they want is a Christian white supremacist society is what they want.
okay, but what
by might makes right.
does that even look like? I mean, insofar as, because I mean, we kind of already have that. So, like, I'm kind of wondering how much further down that road do they think that the rest of the society will tolerate? I mean, because it's already intolerable. We need to have major racial reckoning in this country, right? And I don't understand what they think they can accomplish, even if they won the power.
Rob, we can't hear you.
Isolate people of color all in one area, move them off of the mainland onto an island, ship them to Africa, wherever, get them out, kill all LGBT people, kill anyone who isn't Christian. That's what they want.
Yeah.
One of the MAGA rallying calls has been take our country back. So my response would be back from whom? And that gives you the model of their social contract.
Well, and Brian, it goes for even further. It's also back to where, and there's this halcyon past that they have in their brain that never really existed, because they don't really understand that there's always been lots of poor white people too, but just that those poor white people had slaves and immigrants to beat up on, and it was socially acceptable. It's not anymore. And they think that that's somehow better for them. But the thing, and part of the reason why they believe this stuff, though, Paul, and why they think that they could get the society to do this is because, again, we talk about where's the centers of the right wing. It's tend to be rural areas, isolated areas with small populations that are largely homogeneous. So everyone's Christian, most people are white, and so. We talk about bubbles, so they don't encounter a lot of people from elsewhere, and when they do, it's a source of stress. So I remember a conversation I had with somebody on a forum years ago, a game forum of all things, and he was going off about liberals, and he was basically saying that liberals were evil, and I said, well, why do you think liberals are evil? Why don't you think maybe I can see if you think they're wrong, but why do you think they're evil? Because that's two different things. He goes, well, because everybody knows what's right, and they don't want to do what's right. Therefore, they want to do wrong. And so, of course, everybody, because in his little insular world of Christian xenophobic white people, everybody he knows thinks the same thing because he lives in Podunkia, and everyone in that area that he talks to has of the same mind. So he has no concept that there's another way to think about it. So of course, if you're in that bubble and everybody and everybody you talk to and everybody you encounter is like that, then you can get the perception that most of the country thinks the way you do. And it's just these pockets of these evil liberals and LGBTQ and immigrants and black people and brown people that we just have to push them off and everything will go back to normal. They don't know that the world's changed because they don't encounter people.
Do you think that they want to see some kind of government like this? So right now it's kind of totalitarian, right? I guess is the way that it looks. But I think there could be parallels drawn between, say, feudalistic society and totalitarian society, where there's a person in charge and, then your little landowners, and then you have your plebes, right? Do you think that they want to see something like that because it is literally more simple for their mind to grasp that there is one person in charge that gives the orders and does the things, and that is all you really need to know about government in order to be able to function in your society, is just understand that there's kind of a military ranking system, right? Up to the top, not all of this infrastructure and the votings and the primaries and all of this confusing stuff. And so one of their goals is to get that so that they themselves can then understand what's happening to them and around them with regards to their own government.
I think there's a lot to that. I think because if you think, as I've said before, like right-wing thinking is very simplistic, and that's the reason why rhetoric like Trump's plays, because it's easy, it's visceral, it appeals to our lizard brain. Liberal stuff
takes 4 words.
Yeah, liberal stuff takes more thought and more explanation, and that's why we remember we talked a few weeks ago about the whole slogans and about whether or not defund the police was a smart move. Well, the problem is that every person I've asked is that give me an alternative. I'm perfectly fine with a different slogan if you got it, and it comes off it's a dissertation, it's a diatribe, it's not a snappy 3 or 4 word slogan, because you can't encompass that idea with 4 fucking words. You can't.
I've got an alternative for you, Joe.
What's that?
Restructure the police.
Well, they've been saying that for a long time, Badge. But the thing is, a lot of people of color that I follow on Twitter are very suspicious of that kind of language, because they see it as kicking the can down the road,
Right. Because we've used that language before and nothing happened, or very little happened. It just doesn't have the oomph. Defund is strong. Just like I said, one thing I'll give Donald Trump credit for is he had literally the best ever possible slogan. No one's ever going to come up with a campaign slogan better than "Make America Great Again." It's just not possible. It's literally the best slogan you could ever come up with.
Which is why it was used before.
Right.
Yeah, right. By Clinton and Reagan. But I mean, "Make America Great Again." I respectfully disagree that it's the greatest possible slogan. I mean, we've been told our whole lives that obviously America is the greatest country in the world, and fostering an idea that we have somehow lost our greatness or fallen or whatever, it automatically implies certain things. And the whole "again" part, right? Make America great is an eternal phrase. It doesn't have to imply anything other than this is an aspiration. Make America great again is saying a whole bunch of things about looking behind you, and you pick what you see as to what the again is supposed to mean in a good way. And if you're you might look back in the mirror and go, no, I don't want to look back. Thank you very much. I'd rather have some more progress.
Yeah, but Paul, you're not a lizard brain person. And again, "Making America Great" is not as visceral because it implies that America isn't already great.
Does it imply that, or is that just the box?
Yes.
People?
Well, right. I can't make something great if it's already great. I can make it greater, but I can't make it.
I think that's
not yet. I can't make it great if it's not yet great. I can't make it great unless it's already not great.
Right, I see what you're saying.
So that's a functional language.
Yeah. And I guess improve America doesn't have the same ring to it.
Doesn't have the same punch. Doesn't have the same punch. Like one of the things I could think of, again, it's not as punchy, is you also hear like restore America, which is nice, but again, it's not quite as good. Yeah, I mean, basically, because I think even people who don't believe America was ever great still feel that we've in some way fallen in certain ways. So that's another reason why it appeals to that visual thing. That's why it appealed there. I don't know how many people I know of that were legitimately the two people in 2016 they were considering voting for if they had the opportunity were Trump and Bernie.
Right.
I mean,
but here's the thing: Trump has actually created a fall from grace. So there is now a case to make America great again.
Right, I suppose so. Sister Danger, in the comments, you say I'm doing the lefty word thing. I know exactly what you're referring to there. You're thinking, fighting over the minutiae and therefore detracting from the solution.
Not detracting. I thought it was funny that they were just talking about how leftists like their wordplay, and at that very moment, you were talking about what it actually implies, as opposed to just what it says. Because that's all I was saying.
Because I like to hope. I hope that words start out naked, and then we put our meaning into them, right? I mean, every word has this basic blank dictionary meaning, but unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I'm not so sure, but everybody brings their own baggage to the conversation. And so we all, what some people might think is implicit, I might miss completely, and so it goes on. I might also think things are implicit that other people miss completely, and I'm sure that's more often the case.
So if I can address Deep Ashtray said that 2.66 million Americans work in the health insurance industry.
Okay.
And that would be a lot of jobs lost if that industry would go away. I'm going to say some of them are going to transition into whatever, the new universal healthcare structure would be as just healthcare administrators. Some of them
a large percent, most of them actually.
I wouldn't even say most of them, but even if I'm losing 1 million jobs there, we lose 1 million jobs a week right now anyway. And what I'll say is to get rid of parasites that have no business getting in between us and our healthcare, I'm okay with that. And if you're saying that my position is that those people should lose their jobs and have to find another job, I'm not afraid to say, yes, that is my position.
Right.
That is a job that only exists because of the law's structure, the way that they are. It is a protected by law job that should not exist. The laws created that job, just like Uber got rid of the New York cabbies that had their monopoly on driving people around. That was a good thing because it brought the prices down for everyone. I'm just saying.
I differ with you on that one, but I agree with your overall point.
Give me better, cheaper healthcare by getting rid of all those people's jobs and make them get a different job. I'm also on the point of like getting rid of fossil fuels. I know that getting to an all-electric everything is going to cost a whole bunch of fossil fuel industry careers, right? I'm okay with that. You can't threaten me by saying, oh, well, it's going to cost, these many oilers their jobs. We're not going to be able to have these oil refineries offshore anymore. I'm like, okay, get them a different job.
Only a concern because you have to make money to live. But if you didn't have to pay a rent and you had food and all of the things, think of all the stuff you could do that you actually wanted to do in life. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Can I just quickly point out that whaling used to be a fairly large industry?
That's right.
Whaling,
like killing whales for their blubber and their ambergris.
I thought you meant like like wailing like a ghost would wail. And I was like, what did they do in the whaling industry?
If
Was it like
only,
came
if
after the
only.
Town
Well-
Herald and Crier? Like,
Well, and the other thing too, to Mike's point, is I also think it's a bad place for liberals to go, because as far as like kvetching over the job, because we don't care about the coal jobs that are lost. We really don't. And we shouldn't, because again, we shouldn't be using coal for anything pretty much. So that's just and yeah, there's no people who light gas lamps anymore. There's no there's no boot blacks anymore. That's why I've said this before, and I'll say it a million times. I bristle, and I said this earlier today talking to Suzanne. I bristle at the whole thing that the left is doing now of going off about automation, considering that they act like automation is going to kill all the jobs next Thursday, and that's complete horseshit. We're not even close to like full automation, and a lot of the automation that's out there is ancient. It needs to be upgraded. Where it's going to take 1 million people working in automation just to like catch up to where we should be.
Can we ever get to the stage, Joe, where everybody? Well, not everybody. I should just put it another way. The only jobs are administrative, and everything else is done by automation.
I don't know. I don't think we'll ever get there, because there's too many things, even with automation, that require human input. And the people that think we're like getting near the technological singularity, we are nowhere near it. Not even fucking close. Because again, this is automation is what I do for a living. I mean, we're not even close to that. I go in plants now. I go in places that are fucking disasters, that are they're like 40 years, 50 years out of date. They're not even up to full mechanization, let alone automation.
Right.
It's kind of and that's the thing. And remaking all this industrial to be able to deal with the new stuff. I mean, if we were doing everything we could, we would employ so many people. But as far as the insurance industry, we still need people to process claims. Most of those jobs would actually stay. But the jobs there's certainly a lot of administrators' jobs. There's a lot of high-paying, upper level jobs. The people that are sitting there whose job it is to basically say, "Don't pay that claim." A lot of those jobs would go away. I don't think we'd lose more than 500,000 of those jobs, though, to be quite honest.
So what by his numbers, Deep Ashtray is saying with the 2.66 million, I'll go with his numbers, is that's how many work in the health insurance industry. There are 155 million workers in America, right? Working age people who are working jobs. That means like 1 in 50 is a healthcare insurance worker. How does every other country not have 1 in 50 people working in health insurance? How are they existing? Why are we the only country that has to have out of every 50 people who are working in health insurance?
That's a really interesting point.
That's an excellent point. I want to CRB Vegas is also in automation, and he's right. There's not enough labor to go around, even with the level of automation we're at or where we got to get to. There's so many things that are not getting done. Keeping the infrastructure going, because this is another problem that politicians kind of miss, and a lot of people, that once you build this shit, you have to maintain it, and then and then eventually, even though you maintain it well, it still wears out, and you have to replace it. It's a constant cycle of doing stuff. And I might have mentioned once before, the refinery over here, they got 100 controllers. If they're not replacing 5 a year, then they're not keeping up, and they're not keeping up. So there's going to be a day of reckoning when they're going to have to replace 5, 10, 15, 20 systems in a year, and at a cost of probably about $4 million that they're not going to be ready for. And then everyone's gas price is going to go up because they didn't plan for it. Because again, that's why this whole run government like a business is bullshit. Because most businesses are run fucking terribly. I'm done.
I was only going to say once everything is automated, I'm glad I'll probably not still be here, because where is the joy in a product that has, well, I mean, okay, yes, we do need automation for mass produced things that we need in mass quantities. But when it comes to actual tactile and emotional investment in our objects, there is nothing better than something that has been made by the human hand.
That's not going to go away. That'll never go away.
It's testament to our dexterity. It's testament to the way our brains and our minds work. And I think, as much as I do fear the dystopian robots do everything and the only job you can get is administrative, and believe me, I know I live in a country where over administration has its own problems that come bundled with it. So yeah, I do kind of fear that dystopia. I'm glad I probably won't be alive to see it.
It will never come.
However,
Brian. It'll never come, and I'll tell you why.
however, as I was about to answer my own question, you will always have people who will know that there is joy to be had in a product made by hand, and there will be small industries that will be producing these items, and there will be a demand for them.
Well, and it actually goes even one step further, because if we actually got to the level of automation that we should be at that point, there will be enough to provide sustenance, housing, food, everything that people need. And then UBI, see, I'm not on board with UBI currently. I don't think we're anywhere near that point. However, automation can get us to the point where UBI becomes practical and possibly even necessary. And now you can do all those pursuits, and you won't need them to do them to survive. You can do them sheerly for the artistic and meticulous joy of doing them. And that would be awesome.
What was I saying earlier about we should all be able to do the job that we want to do and not be locked into the job that we don't want to do?
Right.
Yeah, this speaks to a comment that Deep Ashtray just made towards me about me not being a Trekkie. Now, I talk about the dystopian future that I fear. The utopian future that I hope we aspire to and reach absolutely is the Star Trek universe, where, as Mike says, you do the job that you want to do. Yeah. Because everything else is taken care of either by the replicator or something else.
And this is why we all hate Bionic Dance, because she's a Star Wars fan.
Yeah.
I'm not. No, don't get me wrong, Deep Ashtray. I'm not dissing on technology. I see my purpose, I suppose, to a certain degree, on YouTube. Certainly in the past, Mike, you can attest to this. I've always kind of played a devil's advocate when it comes to discussions.
What's the best way to explore something is to look at the side that maybe doesn't make sense to you, and try and figure out why it makes sense to someone else.
Exactly. The way Kazoom does. Yeah.
Right.
So no, I'm not dissing on technology. I'm perfectly aware. I worked with technology for the larger part of my career. But one thing that I won't use is a cloud for my essential services. And there are very good reasons for that, but I won't drag the conversation down that road because I know you want to wrap it up fairly soon, Paul. But no, I'm not dissing on technology at all. I have aspirations for it. What I fear is our tendency to go down the wrong route and to do so willfully.
Right. We could sleepwalk into lots of different episodes of Black Mirror depending on what decisions our leaders and what things we decide to tolerate. How much surveillance will we tolerate? Just for example, I mean, Brian, when I lived in the UK, they were just starting the surveillance society in the late 80s when I first moved over there. And by the time I left London, there's more than 4.5 million cameras in a city of 7 million people, and that has all kinds of implications that I'm mostly uncomfortable with. On the other hand, I do recognize that where cameras are, crime goes down, but it tends to move where the cameras aren't. So that's one thing. And I also disturbingly recognize, and I'm thinking particularly of when right after the 7/7 terrorist incident, I think that was 2004, if memory serves me right. Right after that happened, they gunned down that Brazilian guy, claiming they thought he was an Arab terrorist, right? And they did that in the tube, right? And they said there's no CCTV footage of the murder. Bullshit, right? You can't do anything in the tube without being on 5 or 6 cameras. And so even if one of the cameras was out, the other 4 were working fine. You know what I mean? And so
I remember that incident very well, and there was actually footage. They did actually get fairly close to the incident. And one of the camera's angles that I saw was from the station, the platform camera. So there was actually
I
footage.
couldn't remember ever seeing it get released, and for years it just struck me as a bit odd that they'll use the CCTV cameras for footage to trap citizens, but not against the police. Because as far as I remember, the British police have the same tendency as the American police insofar as if you murder someone, you're probably not going to go to jail. You might not even get a prosecution, which is kind of how it works in America.
Yeah, if you're in the police force, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
If a cop murders someone, they're probably not going to face charges, and if they do, they're almost definitely not going to be convicted.
Yeah, because they will generally be given the benefit of the doubt, and by our legal standards, you have to be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and they will always be given the benefit of any doubt.
So it's baked in. Yeah. Well, anyway, wow, I got to get going, y'all, and I very much appreciate your company and your wisdom and your contributions and your humor. And I want to thank everybody else on the outside who contributed through the comment section, and those of you who were too shy to contribute in the comments but still watch. Thanks. All right. Say goodbye, everybody. I'm going to end the broadcast.
Bye, everybody.
And we'll see you next week on the breakfast.